which is the hope for the nutritional intake of the nation children as Indonesia achieve in 2045. Good luck with the meeting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Sony Sanjaya. Please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're entering the panel discussion session, and for that, on Paris Daily Declaration on Sustainability, and for that, we would like to invite Mr. Muharfiza, Agricultural Attaché for Republic of Indonesia in Rome. Mr. Muharfiza, the time is yours.
Right, thank you very much. Very good morning for all of us. 8 in the morning, we already gathered in here. So I hope our today's meeting will be beneficial and very fruitful discussion among us. Today, I would like to be a moderator for our morning discussion about Paris Dairy Declaration Sustainability. We have several keynote speakers. We have Mr. Tanawat Tianxin. I think Mr. Tanawat is already here. Okay, Mr. Good morning, Mr. Tanawat. Please come to the stage. And the second is Ibu Sondang. Ibu Sondang. Good morning, Ibu Sondang. Ibu Sondang is the Director of Indonesian Food and Drug Authority. And then Pak Tanawat Tianxin, he is Assistant DG of FAO. And then Professor Nunung Nuryanto, Prof. Nunung, he is a Deputy for Development Policy from National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. And then number 4 is maybe Mr. Pier Cristiano Brazile, maybe in video? Online. Okay, sending by video. He is a PPDS leader of IDF. And next, Mr. Gulat M.A. Manurung, already here. Mr. Gulat Manurung is the chairman of Indonesian Palm Oil Farmers Association. If no, okay, the next stage is Dr. Unang Sudarma. Please come to the stage, if already here. Dr. Unang Sudarma, he is the Secretary of Indonesian Milk Cooperative. Okay, next, Bapak Mr. Rohadi Tawaf. Please, Pak Rohadi Tawaf. Pak Rohadi Tawaf is from Indonesian Holstein Association. And finally, Ms. Lawrence Ricken. Hello, Ms. Lauren. Ms. Lauren is a DG of International Dairy Federation. So, before we start the discussion, I make some brief explanation. I make some notes that IDF and the FAO make some discussion in the 2024 for the agenda of UN in 2030. The core objective is for the sustainable transformation and focusing on balancing environmental steward will deal to provide nutrition economic security for 1 billion of people in the worldwide. And Paris Declaration, it has key pillars like a climate, environmental, nutrition, social and economic impact. So we will hear some sending of the message for all of us. Maybe we can start with Pak Tanawan to deliver some information for us about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I know that my colleagues prepare presentations for me. Maybe if I can get the... Okay. Very good morning. Very good morning. What day is today? What day is today? Today is Saturday. Today is Saturday. And that's why you are so energetic, enthusiastic participants who come to the meeting on Saturday instead of stay at home, relax, take a rest, sip a coffee, and also talk with your families, your children. And that's why thank you very much. Give a big round of applause to all of you. As the previous distinguished speakers from the national nutrition agencies mentioned, you can see that from the data, today Indonesia can produce enough chicken meat, eggs, with some surplus. But when you look at milk and meat, milk it just only can produce locally only 21% of the local consumption. For meat, only 48% of the local consumption still have a gap. And that's why in terms of further development with the vision of Indonesia 2045, nutrition, resilience, and economic growth, we also need to do more and more. And that's why today we have our speakers who are going to share with us their experience. My talk this morning will focus on two parts. One is sustainable livestock transformation, and second part will be Paris Dairy Declaration on sustainability. How we're going to translate declaration into action on ground together with the International Dairy Federation, which actually the Director Generals of IDF will give more detail to all of you. You know that today Asia livestock sectors is totally changed. Today Asia, like country like India, is the world's largest dairy producers, let's say milk producers, number one. China is a top 3 or top 5 already of today. But China also say that will increase more. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi also say we want to double the productions. And that's why Asia will have more milk in the futures. In terms of poultry, Southeast Asia 30 years ago, we don't have enough egg, we don't have enough chicken. But today, all the Southeast Asian countries can produce enough. Before, you can see from the slide from the previous speakers, in terms of malnutrition, undernutrition is still the issues, and that's why many countries in Asia introduce the school milk school meal program and school milk program at the same time to improve nutrition. And there are so many things happening in Asia. Because our challenge to feed 8 billion today and 10 billion by 2050, but have a lot of challenge in terms of livestock sector. There are so many issues that we need to address, and we need to address these issues together. And how you can work with FAO. When FAO's last 3 years, when we started with Sustainable Livestock Transformation Initiative, we want to hear more good news, new narrative, balanced narrative about livestock sectors, not only complain. We want to see that we can have more innovation, good practices, technologies to support livestock sectors, from chicken, from beef, from dairy, from any others, feed as well. And that's why today outside you can see a lot of innovations. We're going to make sure that the policy of the government and also the investment from international financial institutions and also from private sectors who are here bring more investment to support livestock sectors, and also bring all partnership collaborations, and at the end to make sure that we can work as a team, as one livestock together. And that's why recently we just have the Global Plan of Action for Sustainable Livestock Transformation. The landscape at the global level was changed. Today at FAO as well, we have the subcommittee on livestock, only the committee talking about livestock. We have LEAP, the partnership that bring you together to talk about scientific knowledge, how to improve livestock. We have the multi-stakeholder partnership called the Global Agenda for Sustainable Livestock. And we have the global stock-taking exercise through the Global Conference on Sustainable Livestock Transformation every 2 years. And you can see all of you come here to build global, national, and regional cooperation stronger and stronger. When we start at FAO to have the Global Conference on Sustainable Livestock Transformation in 2023 and last year in 2025, to make sure that we can not only make noise, it's not only events, but it's the place that we can highlight that livestock sector have future, have better futures. And especially last year as well, when we have the global conference, it's the first time that we have hundreds CEOs from different companies come to talk in FAO. I have to tell you before, when I'm going to talk with the private sectors, I have to talk outside FAO because they are afraid of FAO. And even though some private sector, they say that they don't want to talk because they're afraid that tomorrow we'll have protests in front of the meeting venues. And that's why this kind of thing is totally changed today, that everyone come to talk and can see the better futures for the sectors. And that's why over the past 2 years, we bring the talk from the global level to have more concrete action on ground at the regional level, at the country level. And that's why we bring the regional conference on sustainable livestock transformation everywhere around the world, in Latin America, in Uruguay, in Asia. This week I was in Vietnam and also in Kenya, and that's why today we come to Indonesia. Just the early of this month, the members of FAO, the COAX Subcommittee on Livestock, just discussed and agree with the Global Plan of Action, at least the draft. This draft Global Plan of Action will be endorsed by FAO members in July. Because we want to see the livestock sectors will make contribution to better production. Because if we don't have a better production for livestock sectors, we cannot produce enough meat, milk, egg, and others non-edible products from livestock sectors. To make sure that, because we have the representative, or the deputy chairman of National Nutrition Agency of Indonesia, we have some of you who are working here on nutrition. Because livestock sector, meat, milk, egg, is a high dense animal protein. And that's why we need to continue to make sure that milk, meat, egg make great contribution to better nutrition for people around the world. We know that working in agriculture, in livestock sectors, we also contribute to the impact to our environment. And that's why we need to make sure that we produce better, we are taking care of our planet, our environment at the same time. And at the end, to make sure that our farmers, producers are happy what they are producing, what they are doing their business. But at the same time, we also need to make sure that our consumers also have a happy life, have a good health outcome from the nutrition, from the livestock sectors itself. And that's why today at FAO, we are working on two big frameworks related to livestock. One is on the Global Plan of Action for Sustainable Livestock Transformation. The other one is on One Health in Agri-Food System framework to address for better. And even though the additional initiative will come on different area on global partnership program for transboundary animal disease, on pandemic fund investing for pandemic prevention preparedness, and also the reduce the need for antimicrobials on farm for sustainable agri-food system. And the work that you have seen yesterday when my colleagues Dominic researched, and yesterday we launched the new GLEAM, new tools that can use it, and that's why we need to build more and produce more narrative for all of you. But you know that in Asia, it's a tropical countries, and that's why the issue around transboundary animal disease, zoonotic disease continue. In here, you see that all the diseases come to Indonesia, and then next door maybe will be Australia because near to Indonesia. And that's why we all need to work together to make sure that we can reduce the outbreak, we can improve the animal health of our animals. And you can see that the risk of animal disease or transboundary animal disease everywhere, even though increasing during the past years. And that's why at FAO, our Director Generals look at these issues and initiated the Global Partnership Program for Transboundary Animal Disease. And now the part that I would like to highlight together with my dear friends Lawrence, the Director General of IDF, Paris Declaration for, no, not Declaration, Paris Declaration on Sustainability for Dairy Sectors. Because we know that if we want to see change, we need to translate the declaration into action. It's not only sign the agreement. If no one take action, we cannot see any change. And that's why all the dairy sectors who have around 130 million farms from around the world will work together with IDF, with FAO, and also with the national authorities to make sure that we can highlight and showcase that dairy sectors make contributions to the SDG and also to the change of these our sectors together, and to make sure that we can engage all of you, whatever you are, the private sectors, government, NGOs, farmer organization, you can join this declaration to make sure that we can become the movement of the dairy sector for sustainability. And after we signed the agreement between the former presidents of IDF, Mr. Pierre Cristiano, but now after he finished his term as a chairman, he also taking lead to make sure that we can move forward together for dairy sustainability. And that's why during the IDF Global Dairy Summit in Chile last year, we have more companies, more private sectors, more dairy cooperative, more institutions who are working on dairy sectors come together to discuss and make commitment that they will go toward sustainability for the dairy sectors. But the sustainability, as you know, that they have 3 or 4 dimensions on environment, economy, and also on social aspect. But we know that it's a trade-off. If you don't balance the issue around sustainability, if you put more focus on one thing, you will lack of something as well. And that's why always have to balance. And every country have a different priorities and have a different balance. And that's why the work that we continue on Reno-Farm, reduce the needs on antimicrobial resistance, will continue at the farm level. Today, we are working with the Chinese government to have the farm 5G, good health service, good production practices, good alternative and innovation, and also good connection and incentive for dairy farmers in China, together with the World Bank, and then we will see results that introducing this concept will make change. And that's why we'll see you again perhaps this year when we at FAO, we have the global conference for action on One Health in agri-food system, how the One Health approach can address the complex issues around agri-food system. Thank you very much. And your futures, you look at these photos, you are the one who shape your futures. You are the one who shape the future of our farmers and producers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tanamat. So next will be Ibu Sondang to send the message from the BPOM. Please, floor is yours. Maybe we have very tight schedule, so maybe around 5 or 7 minutes.
Okay, very good morning to all colleagues, distinguished delegates, and Honorable Vice Chair of National Nutrition Agency and Vice Chair of National Research and Innovation Agency. Well, in this lovely Sunday, our happy day to share about sustainable dairy system. So I am from Indonesia FDA. Actually, our Deputy Chairman will attend this session, but due to other priority assignment, so I will deliver it for you. How is BPOM or Indonesia FDA views about the sustainable dairy system? So distinguished participants, as we all are aware, as mentioned also from FAO, Indonesia FDA also see from the One Health approach. So it become a key foundation in addressing global health challenge. This approach emphasizes balancing and optimizing the health of human, animal, and environment and ecosystem in sustainable manners, particularly to prevent future threat to food safety, and will impact the sustainability of dairy system at the end. So on the other hand, within the food control system, there is a need to strengthen food safety oversight through robust risk control and sustainability practice in the industry itself. Food safety should not stand alone, but must be integrated into a broader system. So when we talk about sustainability in dairy sector, our focus is often on increasing production or improving resource efficiency. However, in our perspective, Indonesia FDA perspective, sustainability must begin with the most fundamental aspect, which is food safety. So sustainable dairy products are not only available, but also safe for consumption, nutritionally adequate, and consistently meet with quality standard. Because we know without safety, there won't be any trust. There won't be any trust from the society who will consume this product. Then there won't be any industry who will arise, including the SME that we really want to boost to be involved in this dairy business. So to address this challenge, BPOM as the authority mandated to oversee processed food in Indonesia consistently apply a science-based and risk-based approach. We develop a standard, a regulation for the milk product and milk industry based on scientific evidence, either from academic research and also real-world implementation. How is the real-world implementation? We do the control through the control for in the industry itself, and also from sampling and testing. Based on that data, our surveillance data, we will have insight about what is the problem of our milk. Either it is in raw milk, the fresh milk, and also for the product itself. Then we can have recommendation, whether it is to the Ministry of Agriculture who is in charge for the fresh milk, or how we educate the SMEs if it's the problem from the SMEs, or how do we influence or we control through the regulation for the bigger industry. So our regulation will be implemented, and the product itself that are produced from the industry will be consumed and will not be waste. That is our goal. So as of 2025, we have 9,350 registered dairy product in Indonesia. It is locally produced and also imported, and 81% of that registered product, it is domestically produced in Indonesia. So based on our system, we have pre-market evaluation and also risk-based inspection and post-market surveillance. This is our strength as Indonesia FDA. And through this system, we will have the food safety. It's not only checked once, but continuously maintained. And we can discuss this with industry, how they can be more competitive to have more quality product, but always maintain the food safety of their product. So as the part of sustainability implementation, we must also shift from the reactive approach to more preventive approach. In this regard, innovation and digitalization play a crucial role. So we use technology such as digital traceability, data-driven monitoring, and predictive analysis to detect risk earlier, respond more quickly, and make better decisions. So this sustainability must also be inclusive. Indonesia FDA continues to strengthen the capacity of business actors, especially SMEs. We know, as mentioned by our vice head of the National Nutritious Agencies, the nutritionists pre-meal want to gather all the SME to be part of the business ecosystem. And that is the challenge for us, government, how we can make this SME produce a safe food, a competitive product, and also the nutritious one. This is the challenge, and therefore we also have the strong laboratory. BPOM have strong laboratory to do the surveillance data, and we also have the networking with other private laboratory in Indonesia, so we can also tackle the new issue, the new emerging issues, or the environmental issue that can affect the milk production, such as dioxins, aflatoxin. We have that data. And that data we can share to the respective ministries so they can provide information, education to the farmer, and also us from the Indonesia FDAs to the SME production of dairy milk. So also we encourage big industry to have a foster child, the SMEs. They foster SMEs to help them to grow. So the business not only consists of the big and medium industry, but also give place for the small medium industry with adequate knowledge for producing a safe product. So with the intervention from the government and also the help from the big and medium industry, these SMEs can grow. And the vision of Indonesian government to have more production of milk, fresh milk, can be processed by more industry, including SMEs. So, distinguished participant, BPEM also recognized the food safety control must be implemented in a holistic manner, from farm to table. Food safety supervision in Indonesia is conducted in integrated manner involving multiple ministry and agencies. So we have strong collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, National Food Agency oversees fresh milk, and we also have also give recommendation for the National Nutritious Agency for the standard of the milk program for the free nutrition meal. For example, for the calcium standard in the milk program. They previously have the 15%, and BPOM, based on our data, we try to evaluate, and we can say that it should be lower to 10% calcium content in the milk, so the SMEs can involve. So that is one part of how BPOM also involved in the sustainability of dairy system. So in closing, sustainable dairy development is not only about increasing milk production, it is about ensuring that every product is safe, beneficial, and sustainable. Indonesia FDA remain committed to supporting this true science-based approach, risk-based supervision, and strong collaboration with all stakeholders. Through close cooperation, we can achieve a dairy system that is not only productive, but also safe, trustworthy, and sustainable. Thank you.
Cek. Thank you very much, Ibu Sondang. Pak Prof. Nunung, floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. The Honorable Vice Chairman, National Nutritious Agency, Bapak Sony, Prof. Amarullah, Vice Chairman, National Research and Innovation Agency, distinguished colleagues, I hope you all enjoy playing Angklung last night, but I will not later on guiding you to play Angklung again. Today I will outline the strategic role of BRIN in advancing sustainable dairy development in Indonesia. Of course, our focus right now, how we strengthen the dairy sector as a part of important national objective, particularly how Indonesia be able to achieve the food security, self-sufficiency, as well as to improve the rural development farmers, and also industrial competitiveness. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as you may know and aware that actually BRIN's mandate is to navigate, integrate all research conducting by government institution, and through innovation, we also have to support all minister, all government agency to ensure particularly that dairy development align with the sustainable goal as well as farmer welfare. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see the background and some challenge facing by Indonesian dairy development. This chart reminds us that actually there are several challenges facing by Indonesian dairy development programs, particularly when we see the ratio between small-scale and large-scale dairy farmers. Small-scale farmers are still dominate this sector. It concentrates in rural areas, particularly in East Java and West Java, while large-scale operation remain very limited. The second challenge, we see the implication of many rural and many smallholders are still operating in this sector. Therefore, the demand cannot be fulfilled by ourselves. The ratio between Indonesia milk production and import is still high. 80% of all demand are fulfilled by import. The distribution highlight some opportunities and challenges. Smallholders actually are still vital for rural livelihood, but they often still face some constraints like how we have to improve productivity, how we have to be able to deliver appropriate technology for smallholder, as well as how we have to open market access for smallholder. What then the implication of all these challenges for us? We have to be able to design a particular intervention through technology and innovation that the impact to uplift smallholder while encouraging investment in larger, more efficient operation. Slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, another slide also shows us, slide, please. There are some three important challenges because many actors in dairy sector are still smallholder. Therefore, the low productivity, average milk yield per cow remains below regional benchmarks. And then second, regarding on the feed availability, data also shows that actually limited access to high quality feed are facing by smallholders, while it is directly impact in efficiency production processing. The third challenge is related to environmental issues. Relocation trends and manure management practices are highlighted, therefore showing pressure on land and ecosystem. As our previous speakers highlighted, how we have to be able to achieve three different pillars simultaneously, or we have to make balance, planet, people, and profits. Again, this visual reinforces the need for integrated solution combining research, farmer support, and appropriate regulatory frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, where the BRIN should overcome all these challenges? Actually, we have a development strategy. The approach can be divided into how we have to coupling livestock to land, relocating production to suitable regions, as well as integrating manure management. Actually, it cannot be separated one part to another part. Its elements actually reflect sustainability principle, balance between production and environment, resource optimization, and how we already start to have a good policy concerning on circular economy practices. BRIN strategy actually is not just only technically, but also regulatory, requiring coordinating with Ministry of Agriculture, Environment, Trade, and any other government institution dealing with dairy development in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we now also try to connect 5 important policy goals. First, how we have to increase milk production and productivity. Second, as I saw in the earlier graph, that we have to be able to reduce the dependency on import production of milk. And then how we have to enhance the farmer welfare. The fourth, promote sustainable livestock system. And the last one, strengthen the dairy industry value. Ladies and gentlemen, actually its goal is visually linked, showing how improvement in one area, like for example, if we want able to increase productivity, it will support each other. Directly will impact on welfare of farmers, while we able to reduce import from other countries. The important policy message is that when we achieving this goal requires, again, cross-sectoral collaboration and long-term investment. Next slide, please. The innovation chart here is also highlight 3 pillars that BRIN now concentrate on different research innovation that to be able translated into direct production system through a smallholder. First, genetic improvement, smart farming, and feed innovation. Again, its pillar actually represented visually how technology can directly address challenges identified earlier that I already showed you. For example, breeding technology will raise productivity with, of course, appropriate that can be directly used by smallholder. IoT system will improve farm management, and feed innovation will reduce costs. So all this kind of technology that actually already produced by BRIN and ready to be implemented on the ground. Therefore, BRIN must ensure this innovation are accessible, affordable, as well as scalable for smallholder. Ladies and gentlemen, actually sustainable dairy development is a national priority. It is a must. While we are now also have a program on school meal program held by National Nutrition Agency. The demand of dairy products are increasing by year to year. And of course, we need to have a roadmap how we able to fulfill all dairy product domestically. These all need collaboration among farmers, industry, government, and research institutions working together hand in hand. BRIN ready to navigate and to provide scientific leadership, policy support, as well as innovation pathways. We believe that together we can build a resilient dairy sectors that support farmers, strengthen food security, and contribute to Indonesia's sustainable future. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning.
Check. Thank you, Prof. Nunung. Very brief information about the BRIN. So we have maybe less than 5 minutes, but we have 4 speakers. So I don't know, because the time is very, very, very tight. Please send some or deliver some message within maybe 1 minute for each. I'm sorry, this is the, we have very tight schedule. So we can start for Mr. Pisciano. I think is okay. So the next will be Dr. Unang. Yeah, maybe less than 1 minute atau 1 minute, Pak Unang. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pimpinan yang saya hormati dan semua undangan serta semua hadirin yang saya hormati, ini adalah sebuah kehormatan buat GKSI kami atas nama para peternak rakyat bisa diundang di BRIN ini dengan juga di FAO. Saat ini saya akan coba memanfaatkan waktu yang sebentar ini bagaimana untuk menyuarakan ya, aspirasi dari para peternak. Perlu Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, para pakar semuanya dicatat bahwa peternak sapi perah yang tergabung di dalam koperasi lewat GKSI itu sudah menjadi bagian tak terpisahkan dari pembangunan bangsa Indonesia ini. Karena kita sudah hadir dari koperasi susu itu kurang lebih masuk dalam dekade yang kelima. 50 tahun kita sudah membersamai ya itu untuk mendukung penyediaan susu untuk anak bangsa. Ya. Perlu kita ketahui bahwa tidak ada makhluk mamalia dimanapun di dunia yang tidak membutuhkan susu. Semua begitu dia lahir akan membutuhkan susu. Dan susu ternyata bukan hanya untuk masalah pangan. Bagi para peternak di koperasi, susu adalah peternakan sapi perah itu adalah bagian mata pencaharian yang tidak bisa dipisahkan. Oleh karenanya, kalau pemerintah ingin mensejahterakan rakyatnya, pilihan terhadap sapi perah itu adalah pilihan yang paling tepat. Karena sapi perah adalah sebuah komoditi peternakan yang dijamin ketika dia mengelola sapi perah, dia tidak akan pernah nganggur seumur-umur. Karena mulai bangun tidur sampai dia mau tidur lagi, dia selalu memelihara sapi perah. Dan tidak ada waktu yang sifatnya istirahat untuk memelihara sapi perah. Berbeda dengan pemeliharaan ternak-ternak yang lainnya. Kadang-kadang ada kandang kosong dan lain sebagainya. Misalkan di ayam atau di sapi potong. Tapi di sapi perah, jangankan di hari-hari biasa. Di hari raya pun mereka tidak bisa meninggalkan ternak sapi perahnya untuk diperah. Karena kalau tidak diperah, dia akan sakit. Nah itu. Persoalannya hari ini, peternak sapi perah kita itu kenapa tidak bisa meningkat terus-menerus? Karena yang pertama peternak sapi perah rakyat itu skala pemilikannya sedikit. Ya, hanya antara 1 sampai 3 ekor, bahkan paling banyak 5 ekor. Kemudian yang kedua, pemanfaatan teknologinya juga masih terbatas. Yang ketiga, akses yang mereka miliki untuk permodalan juga terbatas karena memiliki lahan juga sangat terbatas. Oleh karena itu maka peranan pemerintah, peranan government di dalam hal ini sangat-sangat dibutuhkan. Dan oleh karenanya adanya program makan bergizi gratis dari pemerintah Presiden Pak Prabowo ini adalah termasuk salah satu pengungkit ya yang memberikan harapan besar buat para peternak kita, khususnya para peternak sapi perah. Selanjutnya persoalan yang dihadapi oleh para peternak sapi perah hari ini juga masalah lingkungan, Pak, pencemaran. Ya, oleh karena itu ini adalah kesempatan yang sangat baik bagaimana BRIN dengan para pakarnya, para ahli yang segudang dengan teknokratnya bisa mencarikan model-model usaha peternakan sapi perah rakyat yang simple tetapi juga mampu ramah lingkungan dan memberikan peningkatan terhadap pendapatan para peternak sapi perah. Itu yang bisa disampaikan. Terima kasih atas segala perhatiannya. Salam dari seluruh peternak sapi perah rakyat yang tergabung di dalam GKSI. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you Pak Unang, as the Secretary of Indonesia Milk Cooperative. Pak Rohadi Tawaf, lagi-lagi Pak, mohon maaf, waktunya sangat terbatas.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Selamat pagi para peserta diskusi hari ini. On behalf of my association, is a Holstein Association is a new one organization. Few months ago, is born in Indonesia. It's a breeders association. We believe that my association is one of the organization is needed to develop dairy cattle in Indonesia. because we start with the breeding, and we want to the Indonesian Holstein with suitable and the farm from the farmers. As you know, there's another country production is a lot of 30 or 40 liters a day. In Indonesia, only 15 or maybe 10 liters a day. This my program is build the Indonesian Holstein is suitable for the farmers. And we start with the targeting. Please set my
Slides? Do you have slides?
my slide.
Tolong ditampilkan.
Tampilkan ya. The sustainable, my vision, this organization is a genomic pathway. We start with, first, the technique is okay. The technical is feasible for us to get the quality of the Indonesian Holstein. We're driven with the technology, especially the genomic technology, and then after that, the dairy, the Holstein is acceptable to farmers to keeping the cattle. For example, the climate and feed and forget it. And the cultural to make suitable this cattle. After that, we believe that if the cattle is profitable, the business is good for the farmers, is the sustainable vision can get for the farmers in Indonesia. I think the simple principle in my association like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Rohadi. So we're running out. So Ms. Lawrence, please have a time.
Thank you. Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, partners, so thank you again for this conversation. And I think this morning's dialogue is really confirming that simple truth, that sustainability is not an external obligation, but it's a foundation of a resilient and a competitive dairy sector. And we heard that dairy is not only nutrition, it's livelihoods, it's rural stability, it's climate action, and it's food security. And Indonesia's vision for its dairy sector is dynamic, inclusive, and science-driven, which really aligns with the International Dairy Federation. So what Indonesia brings to the global effort is that it's not a future, it's about the future, and it's being part of its leadership and where Indonesia can be and grow. And so your strengths are precisely the strengths the global dairy community needs. A vibrant smallholder foundation, ambition on climate and sustainability, rapidly growing demand for nutrition-dense foods, for that growth and development, school milk programs, as mentioned this morning, strong scientific institutions, and a government willing to integrate dairy into broader nutrition and agriculture strategies. Science and partnership, that's what's our compass, and that's what really has been the conversation those few days here. So across all statements, two themes emerge consistently. Science must lead. So with FAO methodology and BRIN's research programs, credible data and harmonized approaches are the backbone of a fair, practical, and global recognized progress. Partnership is essential. Public-private collaboration, corporate leadership, farmer engagement, and cross-ministerial alignment are not optional. They are the enabling conditions for sustainable dairy development. It's a path forward together. And so Indonesia's dairy sector has really an enormous potential. And with the right policies, investments, and science-based tools, Indonesia can accelerate sustainable, climate-smart, nutrition-focused dairy growth and become a model for Asia and beyond. IDF is committed to walking this path with you, and so if we can go to the next slide, we bring that global scientific expertise, those standards, those methodologies, and a network of partners ready to collaborate and support national priorities. And if you haven't seen our booth, you have those with the QR codes on all our standards, food safety, methods of analysis, all the publication, the school milk work that was mentioned this morning, the events that we organize, but as well the network that we create. We have 41 member countries. We present the global dairy sector, the big, the small, the examples like India, Kenya, but also the ones that are far before in looking at sustainability in that technology is part of our platform. So take a look. And so we really, and I really enjoy the conversations, the strengths, the ambition, the unity of Indonesia's dairy community, governments, research, cooperatives, processors, farmers, everybody. I mean, it's too much to always mention, but there is a lot of conversation going on. So really, let us carry this momentum forward so we can ensure that dairy continues to nourish those 8 billion people, soon 10 billion people, to support the livelihoods, to empower women. It's the International Year of the Woman Farmer. I proudly wear the pin of the United Nations. Strengthen communities, protect the environment for the next generations to come. So IDF nourishes the world by advancing dairy knowledge, which is our vision, and together it's our shared future. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lawrence, and all of the speakers. Oh, I will not make some conclusion, even though I make some notes. But this is the period for us to share our knowledge and information and out of the stage. I think that can I lead for this discussion. So thank you very much for all the keynote speaker and speakers. Give a big applause for them. Thank you very much. I give to the management.
Thank you very much. Please remain on the stage, and we would like to invite the Vice Chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency for the token of appreciation of presentation. Later. Please remain on the stage, tetap berada di atas panggung. Dan kami mohon kesediaan untuk bisa bergabung Bapak Sony Sonjaya untuk bisa berfoto bersama. Dan Chief of Organizing Committee, Mr. Nugroho Adi Sasongko, to also come up to the stage. And we also invite From AP, SPI, Danone, and Mengniu. Representative of AS, AP, SPI, Danone, and Mengniu, please also join. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break presented to you by Garuda Food. And after the coffee break, we are going to divide you into several break rooms. And especially for session 10, you're going to start the session on Global South Low Carbon Agri-Food Systems Forum immediately after this. So please, for session 10, please head to Jirap Room. Thank you. All right, session 8, Scientific Pathway Towards Sustainable Dairy Development is here on auditorium. And then session 12, Toward Environmentally Sustainable Livestock System in Indonesia is located in IPTEC room. And for the auditorium, we are giving the time to Ying Wang.
Hello, everyone. I know we're a little delayed in our schedule, but please feel free to grab a coffee and come back. Soon we'll start our science session. Sorry for giving us such a short time, but we would love to have you come back and join us and talk about the science and what science can do to support the sustainable development here in the Indonesia dairy community. So please go grab a coffee and come back. We will start momentarily. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's time for us to start our session 8. Please grab a coffee and be seated so that we can get on time and start our science conversation. We soon will start our session 8. Please find a seat and enjoy some of our science conversations. I would like to welcome several speakers to take the stage. First, Professor Michael Lee. Please get on the stage and join me. And also Professor Epi Taufik. Professor Epi Taufik. And next professor, Professor Hong-Min Dong. Professor Hong-Min Dong. Okay. Yes, please invite the speakers back to the auditorium so we can start on time. And the last one is Dr. Marta Alfaro. Please join me on the stage. We soon will get started. Thank you. Yes, grab a coffee and we can have some fun conversations. Well, I will keep rolling and to have our science conversation. First, the session 8 with the title, it's a scientific pathways towards sustainable development. This dairy development in Indonesia, science for sure will play an important role. So here, on behalf of IDF, FAO LEAP, and also BRIN, together, we invited scientists from different countries and regions join us to share their thoughts and perspectives on how science can help to move our community forward. So without further ado, I would like to have first Professor Michael Lee to provide you the first talk. Dr. Lee, Professor Lee, is a Deputy Vice Chancellor of Harbour-Adam University in UK and one of the leading global voice in sustainable livestock systems. So I would like to have Professor Lee to give you the talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Ying, and thank you for the invitation. And it's wonderful to be here in Indonesia, in your beautiful country. To kick off this session, I thought it was important to talk about getting the metrics right. Because if we're talking about sustainability, we need to be ensured that we're delivering and collecting the correct information to define sustainability, because it is so broad. So I think a little bit of time to focus in on what the correct metrics are to define sustainable dairy is important. We're all aware that we need urgent action. Climate change is real, it's happening, and we need to take more decisive action across all sectors. And currently, we are not doing enough. Our pledges will still not keep us within the 1.5 degree target. And all sectors need to do more to reduce environmental impact, particularly in terms of carbon emissions. But does carbon alone define sustainability? And it's really important that we don't just have a carbon tunnel lens when we're defining a sustainable system, or we will result in a perverse outcome. Sustainability, as we've heard already this morning, is defined on 3 equally important pillars: environmental, economic, and social. And as Thanawat said, if people are hungry, they won't care about greenhouse gases. So we need to ensure that we deliver food security at the same time as in constant affecting sustainability. This is complicated, and we produced a paper a few years ago where we looked at the challenges of conveying the complexity of livestock systems when defining sustainability, and making sure that we didn't just use a single carbon lens when we're defining what we mean by sustainable livestock. I haven't got the time to go into this paper in detail. But one aspect that we came to the conclusion of was the importance of circularity and how it critically does assess a sustainable livestock system. Current LCA approaches are linear, and the output of those systems does not define sustainability. A linear system of use, produce, and waste will never produce a sustainable outcome. We have to focus on sustainability and a circularity associated with that. Current LCA approaches that produce carbon dioxide equivalents per kilogram of product do not deal with any level of complexity in terms of other aspects other than carbon. They do not take into account social or economic metrics. They often report gross and not net emissions. We need to disaggregate gases and think about split gas reporting if we're going to define methane, nitrous oxide, and carbon dioxide as they behave differently in the atmosphere. We need to value nutrition, the role of food. We need to look at land use and how it is allocated to different production systems and purposes. We need to define the flows of nutrients, particularly around circularity and valorization, and of course the potential of using low-cost biomass. These are more important metrics when we're defining sustainability, and particularly the role of livestock. We also need to better understand the difference between decarbonisation and net zero. Decarbonisation is what the energy and transportation sectors are doing. They need to do it faster, but moving away from fossil fuels. Nature defines net zero. It produces emissions, but it also removes carbon. Agriculture is a combination of these. We use thermogenic sources, which we must decarbonise, and we need to move towards net zero while getting in balance with our emissions and our sinks. So we need to better understand how to deal with the complexities of our multiple gas emissions within agriculture. We've heard an awful lot about GWP star and GWP 100. And it often is used as a competition between these two metrics. We need to understand them both. They tell us something different. We need to know GWP 100 as a carbon reporting tool for national inventories. But we also need to reflect on GWP star, which tells us how methane warms the atmosphere. So reporting both would seem a more appropriate outcome than having a competition between either or. We also, with the narrative of methane, need to be better understanding about its balance with its production and its removal. Methane is a natural gas, and in a perfectly balanced ecological system, its production is balanced with its removal. I'm sure you're all aware of the carbon markets reports in terms of the current emissions and the current capture, predominantly through atmospheric hydroxy radicals. 30% is produced by agriculture, 30% by mining and waste, and 40% natural. We need to get back into balance with the emissions of methane with the natural ability of the atmospheric sink to remove it. If we just look at biogenic sources, we can see that there is a balance between the emissions of methane and hydroxy radicals to remove. But ladies and gentlemen, we're aware we don't just live in a world with biogenic methane. We also have thermogenic sources, and that tips the balance, and hence methane is increasing in the atmosphere. Furthermore, we need to better understand the impact of other gases, like NOx and carbon monoxide, and its impact on hydroxy radicals, which further tips the balance away from balancing sink and source. And as such, we need to significantly reduce methane emissions, and all sectors need to contribute, because it buys us time to reduce CO2 emissions. In terms of the role of dairy as well, we critically need to understand the role of by and co-products, the huge potential that whey has, and also the potential of dairy beef when we're thinking about increasing dairy and beef consumption, and the critical role that dairy beef will have. And anyone who knows me will know that I'm fascinated by nutritional LCA. We critically have to move away from comparing food on a weight basis, a kilogram of product. But we also need to be aware that simply changing kilogram of products to energy or protein has its issues. Not all protein is produced equally. And therefore, we need to include the ability to differentiate by digestibility and other anti-nutritional factors when we're comparing foods. There's a whole array, particularly in Europe, around eco-labelling, but there's considerable challenges associated with eco-labelling. Most eco-labels currently used are using very simple systems. No disrespect to the great work that Joseph Poor and Nemeczek did associated with their landmark report, but using global data to produce an eco-label is not appropriate. Impact data often comes from commercial databases, which scientists, consultants, or large-scale in-house sustainability teams have access to, which do not produce a peer-reviewed assessment of those eco-labels. One could also say it's the same is true for nutritional labeling. But it can be done better. And working with Gain and Ty Beale's team, we've been moving away from simple mass or energy allocations of land use or global warming potential into what we're calling PMV, priority micronutrient value, i.e. which key nutrients are more difficult to attain and what can dairy or meat or any other food provide for human nutrition, and then allocating burden to the high requirement of those key nutrients. PMV will give you a better evaluation of the nutritional density and the value of a food group to food, which is critically why we are consuming because of its nutrients. We already have some excellent reports from the FAO, and I think this report of achieving SDG 2, zero hunger, without breaching the 1.5 degree threshold summarised in the Paris Climate Change Agreement, is a perfect example of how all countries can move towards more sustainable livestock systems, encouraging aspects of improving efficiency, circularity, and also aspects of dietary change in Western society, supporting other nations to improve their production systems, whilst those that have more can possibly consume less. So, Ying, I know you're worried because I've probably overspoke, but in conclusion, when we're thinking about metrics to define dairy sustainability, we need to be very careful. We cannot have a single metric approach. Let's kill off carbon dioxide equivalents per kilogram of product to define sustainability entirely. It has its purposes, but it's not a single metric. Aspects of nutritional LCA need to be improved to define nutritional density and also consider how different foods interact on the plate. I.e., we don't just consume dairy, we don't just consume spinach, we eat a diet, and those components of the diet interact. We need to have wider considerations of sustainability, particularly considering circularity and the value pyramid. And total food system outcomes need to be better articulated than single metric assessments. Later on, we're going to be talking about, in session 17, I think, our landmark guidelines on the role of livestock in circular bioeconomy, and I'm very happy to continue conversations with you all then. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee. Such a comprehensive talk to open our science session, talking about the reporting, right, impact assessment of greenhouse gas global warming potential, 100 years or GWP star, and also the nutrition LCA and other considerations. But thank you very much for your talk. And next, I would like to invite Professor Epi Taufik from IPB University. He is really the recognized expert in dairy science, milk microbiology, and food safety. And really for around 2 decades, he has contributed to improve dairy system in Indonesia through research, teaching, and policy advisory roles. So thank you so much, Professor Taufik. Please take the floor. And also, around 10 minutes talk. It would be great. Thank you.
It's not there. Okay, thank you. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya diberi kesempatan untuk menyampaikan situasi persusuan dan persapi perahan di Indonesia. So, my presentation title will be Indonesia Dairy at a Crossroad, Expansion, Emission, and the Sustainability Challenge. So if you see here, this is the recent landscape of dairy farm in Indonesia. So we have about 85% still smallholder dairy farmers, around 400,000 households, and they have only 3 to 5 heads of dairy cattle per household. But they are the one who have the most dairy cattle in Indonesia. And then about 15 years ago, we have to start having mega farm. We call mega farm or big farm, because in one farm they have more than 5,000 dairy cattle, 5,000 heads. Yeah. And perhaps this year or next year, the Global Dairy Alami Group, they will establish the second farm with 30,000 heads in one single farm in the Central Java. And then 10% is we call mid-sized farm. They have around 50, 100, 200 heads of dairy cattle. Due to FMD outbreak in 2022, our dairy cow population is decreased to less than 500,000 heads. It means the lactating cow is only around 200,000 heads, with average milk production per head per day, 12.5 liters. And 98% of this dairy cow population is located in Java Island, here, where 60% of Indonesia population, 60% from 280 million also live in this island. Very small island, compared to other islands. And 100% of dairy factory is located in this island too. And then, due to progress, one of the, enabling factor is the school milk in the school meal, or free nutritious meal program. Now, previously, we have only Holstein from maybe 150 years ago. The Dutch colonial government import the Holstein from their own country. And almost 400 years, we have only Holstein. Now we have Jersey. And recently, we imported brown Swiss. They located in Lampung, in Sumatra Island, for close trial, because we try to find the best or the most suitable breed for tropical country. So this only happened recently, and the most enabling factor is we need more milk because of the school milk program. So you see, 98% dairy cow is located in Java Island, and we have only less than 1 million liter of 1 billion liter or 1 million ton of milk per year, only 800,000 ton, and it never increased. Almost, yeah, it's increased about 1% if you see the graph. But we, before the school milk program, the demand is increased about 6% every year. But the milk production, our domestic milk production, only increased 1 year. That's why we import about 80% of milk product from abroad. So you can imagine we only produce around 2 million liters of fresh milk per day. So that's why dairy matters in Indonesia now, because we still have low milk consumption, as I told you before the, we call MBG, yeah, the pre-nutritious meal or school meal program, which is inside the school meal, we have also school milk. Before that, our demand is increasing 6% every year, but the production increased only 1%. So the gap is around 5%, and the milk consumption is low, only about 16 kilogram per capita per year. So this is the lowest even in ASEAN. You cannot compare to Netherlands, for example. And we import about 80%. So now we have new emerging market or captive market, which is school milk under MBG program. So dairy become key source of protein, calcium, and child development. So now dairy is not only nutrition, but also we regard it's included in food security issue. So the demand is, of course, we have actually purposely in the, it should be so, yeah, in the vice head of National Nutrition Agency, that in Indonesia now, every minute, sick baby were born. Sick babies were born every 6 minutes. So around 3 million person per year. Yeah, and it's still growing. So we will have a demographic bonus within 2033. More than 60% of our population will be young, under 20 years old. And they eat a lot. Yeah, so the demand will increase even without the MBG program. Yeah, and then also the income increase, plus now we have this MBG program. So we predict within next 20 years, where we will have 100 years of our independence, 2045, the milk demand could be double. Yeah. So the question is whether we want to increase the dairy cow population or increase the productivity, or both. Yeah. Because if we see the data in the developed country, they have less dairy cow population, but more milk. So the productivity is improved by genetic, feed, and so on and so forth. So this is the dilemma, especially if we talk about sustainability, greenhouse gas emission, methane emission, between expanding herd or improve efficiency. So this is the challenge. I try to, the detailed calculation I cannot, of course, showing here, but right now, the student receive 125 milliliter, and it's not consist all from fresh milk, because we lack of fresh milk. Yeah. So then we only give them twice a week right now. If we calculate, so 1 year is 2.4 liter, then we need extra fresh milk from the present availability, 177 million liter per year. Because as you see, our dairy cow productivity only 12.5 liter per day per head. It means we need extra about 47,000 cows. Then you can see the calculated emission will be in CO2 equivalent per year. But if we can increase 3 liter, and it's possible to increase 3 liter in smallholder dairy farm. Because in the mega farm, now we have the highest is in Raffles Pacific Harvest Farm. They average milk production already 37 liter per head per day. So it's quite high. Yeah, it's like in the developed country. But only in that farm. Yeah. In Greenfield farm, about 33 to 34 liter per head per day. But in most, the dairy cattle are in the smallholder dairy farm. They have only 12 liter per day. So if we increase 3 liter, we can reduce the number of extra cow needed for the school milk program. If we then give them full fresh milk, then one student will be 12 liter per year, because we give them twice a week. Yeah. Then we need more extra cows. Yeah, around 200,000. And we can see, we can roughly calculate the emission per year. So this is what we need is increasing productivity, higher productivity, so it can lower the emission. And of course, in one side is the challenge for the industry, but another side is this issue of sustainability. Yeah, especially the enteric methane, which is the highest from the dairy cattle, and of course other issues. So the critical issue is increasing cattle population means potential increasing emission. I will make faster, just I think 3 slides more. So this is the data from my member of our lab, my junior, Dr. Windy. Yeah, this is part, I think, of her PhD thesis in Wageningen University, but the study is here in Indonesia. Yeah, in Indonesia, average methane emission is 17.1. Yeah, methane per energy corrected milk gram per kilograms. In US is 12.8, in EU is 13.6. So we are higher. But in the CH4 emission, based on the region, Central, West, and East, where 98% of the dairy cattle population is located, the emission is 395.4 per head, per day. Slightly different with EU, actually, but we are still higher. Then, so you see, this is the emission of methane per day from one cattle, if we can increase the productivity, yeah, from 12 to 15 or 20 liter, then we can decrease the methane emission. This is, I think, the sustainability doesn't mean that we're limiting production, but improving efficiency. I think that is the important thing. This is, I think, the last slide. So we are trying to improve our productivity. We have already, for example, genetic improvement. You see there, sapi perah merah putih, or red and white, yeah, like our flag. Dairy cattle is actually improvement of the local dairy Holstein, yeah, with genetic CRISPR, genetic editing technology. Yeah, it's already launched. And then climate smart feeding. Now we have research cooperation with UC Davis to find the best forage that, I mean, the methane emission will be the lowest. Yeah. How to lower the methane emission from the feed. And then manure management innovation, farm system transformation, because you see most of the dairy cattle, only 2 to 5 heads scatter in smallholder dairy farm. We are trying to make cluster in the future. And of course, land and feed sustainability. So this is the key takeaway. I think Indonesia's dairy future will not be determined by how many cows it has, but by smarter, more efficient milk production and climate resilient cow. Yeah, productivity is the single most powerful climate solution in dairy. I think that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Taufik, for your great talk. Yes, Indonesia dairy is at the crossroads. For sure, need to improve productivity, and that's what we all see, and also we have international experts bring what's the topic right now going on, and also for your community need to participate, be at the table, and join the discussion. So that's very important, and thank you for sharing. And then we all know in this small island, Java has such a dense population of human and cattle. So it's very important for us to, and for sure there are people going to the field trip, hopefully they can see more about that. But thank you, Professor Taufik. And next, I would like to invite Professor Ho-Min Dong to give a talk and share her experience working with the Chinese dairy industry and academic and community on those. Dr. Dong, maybe lots of you already know, she is one of the Asia's most prominent researchers in manure management, greenhouse gas mitigation, and livestock environmental engineering. She has shaped national and international guidelines on greenhouse gas accountings and manure utilization, and her research underpin many of China's advances in low-carbon livestock development. Today, she will be sharing the pathways for reducing greenhouse gas and all the emissions through improved manure management and environmental technologies, and also some of the policies that she's being involved. Thank you, Professor Dong.
Hi, good morning. This is Dong Hongmin from Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Really pleasure to have an opportunity to share the information on green and low carbon development of the livestock sector in China. This is the outlines. As all you know, China has put forward the goal of carbon peaking and neutralization. China will enhance its national determined contribution, and carbon dioxide emission will be peaked by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. To achieve this goal, China has established 1+N policy system. From overall strategies released by CPC Central Committee and the State Council, and all-field action plan for carbon dioxide peaking before 2030. We also have a methane emission control action plan and a carbon footprint management system. Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs also released the implementation plan for emission reduction and carbon sequestration in agriculture and rural areas. Okay. In this action plan, we have 6 key tasks and 2 action plans. 2 are related to livestock sector. One is reduce enteric methane emission from ruminant. Of course, dairy sector is important. And at the same time, reduce the methane and N2O emissions from manure management. Our goal is by 2025, methane emission intensity per unit product will be stabilized and begin to decline. By 2030, methane emission intensity will be further reduced, and we also develop technical guidelines for controlling methane emissions. You may wonder why there are so many policy related to livestock. As all you know, because China is has a large population. Around 50% of the pigs and 1/3 of the poultry, 1/10 of the dairy of the world production is in China. We have a diversity scale from household, small scale, medium, and large scales, and the intensification is accelerating. With those requirements, what need to do in the research area or even in the sectors? The answers are evaluate baselines, take action, and pursue the key benefit. According to the National Communication Report, China submitted to UN in 2020, national total emission is more than 40 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, in which around 1,000 million tons are from agriculture, and livestock contribute 52% of agriculture emissions, in which enteric fermentation contribute 34%, and manure management contribute around 20, and still increase. So manure utilization is important for greenhouse gas mitigation in China. And in line with the IPCC guidelines and the UNFCCC reporting guidelines, we have established method and standard for livestock sector to accounting and reporting greenhouse gas emissions from these sectors. We have established provincial household greenhouse gas inventory guidelines within China and developed MRV system, including the national standards like greenhouse gas accounting and reporting requirement from livestock enterprise, and product carbon footprint quantification methodology and the requirement. Our team responsible to develop those standards and compare the greenhouse gas inventory from the National Communication Biannual Update Report and the Biannual Transparency Report. To help the farmers and the research to make an assessment of greenhouse gas emissions, we have developed life cycle environmental footprint model and developed the tools. So with those tools, we can access the greenhouse gas emission, make a scenario analysis of greenhouse gas mitigation, and make a footprint accounting and reporting. This system has been applied in more than 200 farmers in different range and different scales. I can say there are significant difference of the carbon footprint or emission factors among the large, medium, and small-scale farmers under the different areas. So we also identify the mitigation options. First one is improve the animal productivity. I think all agree that to decrease intensity per unit product. Low protein diet, reduce the nitrogen equation and control N2O emissions, and change manure management to reduce methane and N2O emissions. Promote manure land application to increase soil carbon sink, and promote use of the renewable energy, whatever biogas and the solar energy, to reduce carbon dioxide emission from the farm. With those measures, we have made a comprehensive analysis to look for the methane mitigation pathway for China. So over the past 30 years, methane emission intensity per unit of protein has been decreased 55%. However, with the increased need for animal production, methane emission may be still increased in the next 10 years. But with those mitigations, around 1/3 of the methane mitigation potential could be realized at a relatively low cost. And at the same time, to encourage the application of those technology and encourage the farmers involved in the mitigation of greenhouse gas emission, we also strive benefit from carbon market. We have developed China CCER method as a volunteer carbon market on centralized treatment and utilization of manure. And this is just examples in Shandong province of China. This biogas can reduce the methane greenhouse gas emission. It's more than 87,000 tons per year. The revenue only from the carbon reduction is around 7 million RMBs, and they can also get other benefits from sale of the electricity. The total revenue for the manure management can be more than 21 billion. So even we have those policies and actions and measures, but we still have many challenges. First one is reduction in emission intensity is really difficult. These figures show the emission intensity for beef, for pork, for egg, and for milk. You can see in recent years, the decrease is becoming slowly and sometimes maybe increased. And the second, the livestock industry have a long chain with multiple influence. But this is just an example for manure management because I'm familiar with that. So there are different pathways for the farmers. Which one is better? It is difficult to find a way to fully use of the nutrition and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and at the same time mitigation the environmental pollutions. So suggestions, one is, I think, strengthen fundamental research. Like we all know, BO is important for the methane emissions, but in China, in some areas, including the dairy, we have no the specific date is available for China-specific systems. Second is develop a new technology and innovation. We have developed a lactic platform for volume-added manure utilization. This is a new way to utilize waste and at the same time to reduce the methane emission. The analysis show that the economic benefit is also considerable. This is going to be applied in the farmers. The third suggestion is enhance international cooperation. We have involved many international activities like involve the development of international guidelines, whatever was 2006 guidelines, UNCC report guidelines, and the LEAP guidelines. But we think still need further to enhance. First is enhance the basic research for improve the estimation. Second is develop a common indicator to track the influence of the new technologies or the different mitigation technology. Third one, established MRV guidelines for emission reduction. And fourth one is standardized carbon market methodology. Of course, we are looking for to enhance the collaboration and the LEAP framework, involve the development of new guidelines and take actions. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you so much, Professor Zhang, and thank you for providing your experience and also your work regarding to the manure management and the greenhouse gas accounting. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Marta Alfaro from New Zealand Ag Research and also Chile. She has been working between these two countries and to continue her research. Her work focuses on nitrogen cycling, nitrous oxide mitigation, and the environmental performance of grazing dairy. And she's going to share her experience of her case study in Chile and also the productivity, the boosting productivity, and also the some of the farm management research. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you to the organizing committee for this time to share this information, and also to the previous presentations because they have set the scenery for this talk quite nicely. So this presentation will focus on potential mitigation options to reduce emissions from soils in dairy grazing systems, and it is based in the experience in Chile and some advancements in New Zealand as well. The presentation has 4 sections. First, a little bit of grazing dairy systems in Chile, a summary of the highlights, and in comparison to the New Zealand systems that might be better known by all of you. Then some considerations for the methodological approaches follow when quantifying emission in grazing dairy systems, examples of mitigation options, and to finalize some concluding remarks. Dairy production in Chile is based on direct grazing. You see in the first photo up there, that's the general landscape in southern Chile where most of our dairy production is based. 85% of dairy production in Chile is based on direct grazing, but the total population of cows is limited in the country, only 500,000. The average dairy farm in Chile is about 70 hectares with a total of 150 cows per hectare and a production per cow of just over 6,000 liters. We graze and produce milk all year round, and that has their own challenges and advantages, of course. We have calvings then in autumn and in spring, and because we produce milk all year round, there are particular times of the year that require further support with the imported feed. In grazing dairy system, the main key inputs of nitrogen when looking at nitrogen losses or mitigation options are both incorporation of fertilizer and nitrogen deposited in urine patches as part of the standard load generated by the animals. And both inputs of nitrogen had a significant effect on nitrous oxide emissions, and also on nitrogen leaching losses. So when we talk about mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions from soils in grazing dairy systems, it is impossible not to look at the overall nitrogen cycle. because we want to avoid pollution swapping when selecting and generating new mitigation options. So please keep that in mind for our conversations in the second part of the presentation. There are different mitigation options that have been developed globally for grazing dairy systems. I have highlighted here some of them. In relation to grazing, of course, you can implement the stand-off systems, meaning you take off the animals from the paddock at a critical time of the year, but those require investment and are expensive for farmers. You can modulate the nitrogen energy balance in the diet to reduce the nitrogen load in urine patches, as we discussed, as a critical input. You can modify your winter cropping. So again, modifying the conditions during the critical time of the year for nitrous oxide emissions. You can incorporate different plants in your sward, and we will discuss a bit more in detail. And you can, of course, analyze integrated mitigation options, trying to target more than just nitrous oxide mitigation. In the second, in green there, you see fertilizer application, the other key input in grazing dairy systems, and of course, all techniques, practices, and technologies aim to optimize or to increase the efficiency of nitrogen fertilizer will have or can act as a mitigation option. So the control of the nitrogen rate, the timing of the application, the source of nitrogen, and we know globally there is a strong development for novel fertilizers in general, and of course, the use of inhibitors, chemical products that could be incorporated into the fertilizers, and I will expand on this as well. In the case of Chile, we have been looking at the effect of the use of inhibitors associated to fertilizers. Inhibitors are chemical products that are incorporated in the fertilizer and that can either reduce ammonia volatilization or slow down nitrification and denitrification. This is an example, and you can see here nitrous oxide emissions over the year in a controlled treatment with no nitrogen application, and 4 different treatments where we have used urea as nitrogen source or calcium ammonium nitrate alone or in combination with a strategy of inhibitors. In all cases, we applied 100 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, which is quite a standard for grazing dairy systems in southern Chile. And you can see that 58% of total emissions in blue in the columns were produced or were generated in autumn and winter associated to the rainfall and increases in soil moisture. And only a minor proportion was generated in the spring and summer. So if we look at the range of chemical inhibitors that could be used, in this case, we will be advising to use inhibitors associated to increases or to be used during winter periods, so nitrification inhibition, not volatilization. We also see that the addition of inhibitors only reduce emissions when associated to urea. And this is very important because we cannot advise farmers to use inhibitors as a general rule. We need to generate recommendations that are applicable in our countries. In this same experiment, we looked not only at nitrous oxide emissions, but also at the yield following the application of the treatments. And you can see here that when we used the fertilizers with the inhibitor, we didn't see an increase in the yield. We only saw a reduction of nitrous oxide emission. And this is very important because it's the main barrier for farmers' adoption in southern Chile of this technology, because the farmers will not see an increase in yield when using this product. So it has environmental benefits, but it doesn't have economic benefits for the farmer. This is another example looking at the incorporation of different swords or replacing and adapting our source to the new climate change scenarios. Here we compare the standard sword used by the farmer in the control with a combination. We wanted to replace the standard ryegrass-based pasture by a combination of new options that were more adapted to the new climate change scenarios. And you can see here, as average of 2 years evaluation, that the proposed new pasture of Bromos plus Lotus did not increase the yield as much as the standard control used by the farmer. So it was not a good business from the farmer's perspective. And this, of course, also resulted in an increase in emission intensity when you use in this partner. But when we separate the impact in the different years of evaluation, and if we go to the year 1 there, you can see that there was a very low dry matter yield when using this proposed pasture. Again, a limitation for farmer adoptions. But in the second year, dry matter yield increased significantly over the control. So a measure like this will require a period of adaptation by the farmer and support from the government to move from one standard sword to the new proposed sword. This is another example from New Zealand. Here we are incorporating a new species, plantain, Plantago lanceolata, in a standard sword of ryegrass or a mix of ryegrass and clover. You see 3 graphs there. In the first, the titles at the top, I cannot show. Sorry. So the standards, the names at the top, ryegrass, mixture, and plantain, are the origin of the urine we use in the treatment. Here we wanted to evaluate the impact of including plantain in the emission factor trees. These are the emissions following grazing, following urine deposition, and we compare the incorporation of plantain alone or in combination with ryegrass. So we have a ryegrass pasture with no plantain, a mix of ryegrass and plantain on its own. And you can see clearly that the incorporation of plantain alone or in combination with ryegrass reduce emissions significantly. And this complements the benefits we have previously studied on incorporating plantain and reducing nitrate leaching losses. So there is a gain not only from nitrous oxide perspective, but also from the leaching losses perspective. So to finalize this presentation, we know that there will be no one silver bullet to answer the issues around mitigation in grazing dairy systems. And we will need to provide a tool of solutions that could reflect the demands and the challenges different farmers face globally. Second, there are different audiences, and of course we need to have a different answer. When talking to farmers, what is important, and it was highlighted in the previous presentations as well, we need to either increase production or increase efficiency of the production to be able to talk to our farmers. Another relevant point is that there are mitigation options that are easy to implement and have no additional costs. For instance, controlling the nitrogen rate of fertilizer we standardly use in our system. That's easy and it has an economic benefit for our farmers. But there are other cases where we will need to pay, or the cost of implementing a mitigation option will have trade-offs and co-benefits, and we need to evaluate the system as a whole, not a particular mitigation option on its own. Finally, there are interactions between mitigation and adaptation, and I think in our country that's very relevant because in most cases, policies are incorporating or developing adaptation measures for our systems, but that will have a cost from the perspective of mitigation as well, and we need to consider a full analysis when making decisions. Thank you to the funders, both in Chile and New Zealand, and Terry Macassi. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marta. Really appreciate our panel here, and really the scientists from different regions and areas come over and to share. And what we can see is there are discussions of global warming and also the mitigation and what's going on. And these are very relevant. That's what's going on in the global dairy community. But to the dairy community here in Indonesia, we heard loud and clear from Professor Taufi that the productivity, and Marta also mentioned about, for farmers, is about production efficiency. So there are something they can do, and this is really, there are co-benefits of mitigating the impact, improving the productivity So really appreciate you all share your perspective, and I'm just bringing over. There are some information for our audience. You can really find in the IDF publication, there are some relevant information also about accounting, about some of the farm management. But really, thank you again, our panelists. And please put your hands together, our audience, to thank again the speakers for their time and their sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our moderator and all speakers. Please stay at the stage. We ask our Deputy Chairman, Prof. Nunung, to give appreciation for the speakers and moderator. And we ask Prof. Nunung to take a picture with all the speakers, moderator. Please. 1, 2, 3. Once more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Let's give applause to the moderator and all speakers in this session. Thank you.
Sorry, I will continue our science session and really appreciate our speakers for the session 8. Now I would like to invite our speakers for session 9. I have, first, please have our speakers from Dairy Pro Indonesia, Dr. Daddy Kuniawan. And I will invite the speakers up, and then we can then kickstart with our session 9. Next speaker is Mr. Vinay Patel from NDDB, India. Also, Dr. Claudia Arden from CIGAR, from International Livestock Research Institute. Also, please welcome Ms. Roro Jinting from Nutraco. I would like to invite our speakers come up to the stage, and so that we can also, Professor Marcelo, please come round. And Professor Marcelo Moleton from University of Paraná, Brazil. Please take your seat, and then we can then get started with our session. This session with the title of Productive Farms Through Better Management. We heard the speakers from last session talking about some policies, and then what's the important conversations in the sustainability field for livestock about greenhouse gas accounting, and also some of the nitrous oxide mitigation on the pasture land. For this session, we are going to focus on more practical, integrated solutions that improve productivity, animal health, and environmental performance in the crop and livestock and dairy systems. So our speakers will showcase approaches that link One Health, circular bioeconomy, and farm-level management innovations to support more resilient and sustainable agriculture. We will get started first to invite the speaker from Dairy Pro Indonesia, Dr. Dedi Kuniwan. Okay. So Dr. Dedi cannot be here because of hard travel, so we'll have his colleague talk on behalf of Dr. Dedi. Thank you very much, and then we can get our slide up. Thank you. We have 5 speakers, so each of them might be 10 minutes. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Taufik Fadlullah. Here I'm representing Dr. Dedi Fahrudin Kurniawan as a representative of USIDP program, US Indonesia Dairy Partnership Program. So I would like to explain about our training, our program that being initiated by USDEC, also New Mexico Department of Agriculture and New Mexico State of University. So USIDP is a program that being born from the reality that over 3/4 of our Indonesia dairy farmers are the smallholder farmers. So maybe as the Prof. Epi in the previous session said that all these 3/4 dairy cattle are owned by the smallholders. So the USIDP also collaborating with Directorate General of Livestock and Animal Health of Ministry of Agriculture of Republik Indonesia. And one of the goals is to increase the productivity of the cows and also the dairy farmers in Indonesia. Yeah, maybe the data is not as accurate as Prof. Epi, but this is our basic why we initiate this program in Indonesia. So as you can see, most of the farmers are in the smallholders or the micro farms. And the same with every country with the smallholders farmers, we have a similar problems is related to the human source. As you can see in the graph, that every improvement based on or related to the technology from the management, animal health, animal nutrition, or maybe the manure technology, as well as the genetic technology, can improve the cow performance or the farmer performance related to the milk production. This is the graph that we take from the US data as our base. And since almost so many times in Indonesia that we already have the similar trainings or the programs, one of the goals is to introduce the technology to the farmers, but there is one question about all of these programs that have been done in Indonesia. How effective is the program to increase the human resource. Maybe, as far as I know, that many of these farmers are very hard worker farmers who start already very early, like 4 a.m. So maybe we can relate that waking up at 4 a.m., working, and later on to go to the seminar or a workshop is not really effective. That's why we, just like in the picture, after 20 minutes of the session, many of the farmers are already tired. That's why we improve the program via our name is Integrated Training Ecosystem. So this ecosystem is support the 100 beneficiary farmers across the agencies, 4 provinces, and from the farmers are the member of the 8 different cooperatives. We also have MOUs with the universities to improve our programs, and we also partnered with 40 practitioners and academics to serve as an expert in USIDP. So these are the subjects of the USIDP. And here's the pictures of our key individuals. As you can see, maybe there is a Prof. Epi there also. Yeah, what makes difference between USIDP with the other program is our ecosystem, the subject from the human side, and also the platform. We developed the digital platform, web-based, which user-friendly and easily accessible. And our system is based on the standardized curriculum and also procedure that being made by our key individuals on the right side. And to make sure that our procedures and our curriculum being implemented good by the trainers, we also done some training of trainers for all the 40 trainers before they go to the training of farmers, before they implementing in the farmers level. And all the curriculums are made into the video. So as we know that the videos nowadays are the very best way to give our message or to spread the informations, especially also in the area. And we saw that in Indonesia, especially in Java Island, even in the remote area, we still can access the internet. Although the speed is not as good as in the cities, but we can still manage to go to the website. So we put the videos on the website, and these videos are the training materials for the farmers. But we also give this video free access to the public. So if there are other farmers outside the program that want to access or want to see what is the material, they can just go to the website and then see the videos. And these websites are updated regularly. So during after the update, we done some workshop with the trainers. What is the updates? What is the changes in the website? And for the farmers, we do the follow-up directly in the field. So not by online meeting, but we do the follow-up directly in the field. We have the field support, the dedicated support staff that we have hired to engage with all the farmers. And in the website also, all the farmers have the data monitoring. So many of the farmers can see what is the performance of their trainings and also the farm performance. For the first one, this one is for the general summary. We have in our website the dashboard of all the results of the pre-test and training surveys. And this is our satisfactory survey from the trainings. And as you can see, 97% of our farmers are enjoy with the training, with the procedure and the system that we built. And this is also the data that we record in our system to see if our training materials is easily understood by the farmers and also improve their knowledge by doing the pre-test and post-test. With the field support, we also record the farm performance. This is for the animal health, the cases, the mastitis, the lameness, and also the Down syndrome, because we have a lot of Down syndrome in Indonesia. And also the milk production. Yeah, so this is the last. We have a collaboration in 2025, and we hope that you can also join with our program to improve our local dairy farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And this training program, it's available and free, and hopefully later we can have information and share for people to use. And next, I would like to invite Professor Marcelo Molento from University of Paraná, Brazil, to share the One Health strategy on farm. Yeah, we have limited time, sorry, so 10 minutes each.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here. It's going to be a short and painful presentation. Some statistics of Brazilian dairy farmers. We have 5,600 municipalities in Brazil, and dairy is the only livestock production that is present in 100% of the municipalities, okay? So that's a great data. Lots of improvements. We have technology, a very wide range of technology, of course, from rural areas, far distant, and of course, high technology areas as well. I do animal health, and I also do environmental health, okay? So lots of people do human health. I cover that, connecting those two areas. What I want to mention is my objective here is two ways. I'm going to tell you about crop livestock integration, and I also want to talk about tick control in a infestation level index. Okay, so pay attention because we have two main objectives, and they will crisscross with One Health. From one side of the slide, you see intensive farming, degradation, and desertification, which is quite common everywhere. And the other one, you have a more holistic system. And the way I see it, without thinking about holistic systems, we don't go far enough on our dairy. To have productivity in many situations, we have to rely on acaricides, parasiticides, protozoans, and antimicrobials. And the antimicrobial thing regarding antimicrobial resistance or antimicrobial use involves acaricides as well. In that sense, what we have here is an impact on 4 major ecosystem services, okay? Non-target species, what we have water contamination, so water quality is very important. We also have food security, okay? So many, many different aspects you see in this cartoon. And we also have the selection of resistant populations, of resistant bacteria, resistant parasite populations that don't die any longer. So we also have farmers relying heavily on chemicals and relying heavily now on combinations of chemicals. The first set of results are these ones. and what I wanted to tell you is that we have here on the left corner livestock, represented by an L, livestock, crop livestock with C and L, livestock and forestry, and the complete integration system, crop, livestock, and forestry, okay? Whenever you have crops being rotated with livestock, you have a break in the cycle, you have less contamination, and you have more productivity. So if you're ever thinking about integration and holistic systems, the idea of incorporating crops means a lot on soil health and also in the life cycle of some parasites, breaking the life cycle of some parasites. So this is very interesting because you have a reduction on the index of infestation, and this means that animals don't have to be treated. If you're thinking about also the traditional way of treating 100% of the animals to control flies, to control parasites, the idea is to go target selective treatment, okay? The second set of data that I want to show you is that how much the infestation impact on weight gain or milk production. In this sense, you have a zero infestation, animals with no flies and no ticks, up to 4. The index 4 means quite a few, or more than 20 ticks. In that sense, the animals with more ticks have 12 times more chances to lose weight, which is a very big impact. So the idea also is to match those two results and having an animal with no ticks having more production. And if you have more ticks, having less ticks. If you have more ticks, you can treat that animal and the animal will produce the same amount of milk. To wrap up, the anatomy of integrated pest management, surveillance, selective evaluation, multi-strain vaccination, because vaccines are quite important, target compounds, you have to understand what is the parasite and which compound you have to use, and also biosafe alternatives to control it. So bio-friendly products, biological control, and vaccines. Well, this is my message. What I want to say also is collaborative work is very interesting. I'm quite sure we can do a lot of work and a lot of collaboration with Indonesia by policy and investment, by comprehensive training as we heard about it, and also international harmonization. Thank you so much. I guess I kept my time.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you. Professor Massarlo, actually, he's one of the co-authors for the recent ecosystem service for the LEAP TAC. And we had this crash course of One Health and tick management. Really enjoy that. And with the cartoons, it's very helpful. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to welcome my next speaker. Yes, Mr. Patel from NDDB, National Dairy Development Board of India. He is going to share about from waste to worth, some on-farm circular economy for smallholders. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am Vinay and I basically represent National Dairy Development Board, NDDB, India. So, thank you. So, the conditions are really same. I have already seen the presentation from the Indonesian, that crossroad. So there also it's a smallholder dairying system. In India, again the situation remains the same. Just quick numbers on how the dairy sectors and how it is performing, a few quick numbers. So we have a 302 million animals. We are number 1 in terms of the milk production is concerned. If we talk about the number of farmers, then we have 80 million households which are basically doing the dairying activities. And if we talk about the dung production, so as per the one of the estimates, we have a 1,100 million metric ton of dung is getting produced in a year in India. So the system is smallholder dairying system. That means 95% of households owning less than 5 animals. You just imagine that there are farmers who are having the less than 5 animals. There are 80 million households. And the things is that it is being done on daily basis. I don't know. So, as far as traditional way of managing the dung is concerned, so there are mainly two ways. One is like farmers are using as a farmyard manure, the dung which is coming out of animal. So that is the primary use of the dung. And secondly, they are converting into the cake, which can be used as a solid fuel. So these are the traditional ways in the farmers are using the dung. But what we are propagating is to use this dung as an input to anaerobic digester, which is nothing but a biogas plant. In India, we call it a gobar gas plant. So by using this dung into the anaerobic digester, we are getting two interesting output. One is like biogas and another one is a slurry. So giving the numbers which I have shared earlier and the kind of potential it has, so if we talk about the numbers, then it has a potential to fulfill 50% of India's LPG requirement, at the same time 40% of India's NPK requirement. So in terms of the fuel and fertilizer, it has a very huge potential to serve. So as far as manure management models are concerned, or if we talk about the value chain, so at NDDB we have developed the 3 models. So one is decentralized biogas model. You can see the lady having a small 2 cubic meter biogas plant wherein the 40 to 50 kg dung is getting fed on a regular basis. And with this first model of having a decentralized biogas, the farmers are rest assured that the gas is getting supplied irrespective of there is a supply shortage of LPG across the countries, as we read this in the newspaper nowadays. So these are the decentralized biogas model. We have gone step further wherein this biogas is further converted, purified into the compressed biogas. Once we compressed and purified, the profile remains same as CNG. So this is basically fuel which can provide power to the vehicles. And third model is directly utilizing the biogas into the dairy plant. So we have a dairy plants which are run on the dung energy. So this is the third model wherein we have already developed and we are scaling up. So moving more into the details, if we talk about decentralized biogas models, the use of biogas is there in the cooking and supplying the cooking energy, whereas the slurry which is getting generated, it is getting aggregated through the dairy cooperatives or a manure cooperatives. So we have formed the manure cooperatives which takes care of the other output apart from the biogas. And whatever this slurry is getting supplied to the cooperatives, farmers are getting assured income for the slurry supply. And further, this slurry is getting converted into the various products which you can see over here. So as we are talking about, we have 80,000 household level biogas plants are now currently placed wherein they are getting daily energy supply as well as they are using this bioslurry as a fuel. Coming to the next model, so this is a centralized model wherein the dung is, farmers are supplying dung directly to the dairy cooperatives. Dairy cooperatives own the CBG plants or large scale biogas plants. And then again the slurry part is converted into the fertilizer and getting sold to the farmers. The biogas is then converted into the CBG and supply as a vehicular fuel. So this is as far as the centralized model is concerned. So we have currently 4 CBG plants are running on and 9 plants are in the pipeline. The key takeaway from all the centralized plant is that more than 80% of the revenue comes from the slurry-based fertilizer. So as we talk about the One Health approach, the slurry is a very good source of a manure for the soil. So this is the this is about the centralized model. Now we know that slurry is an important source for the manure. So we conducted various scientific studies. We have done a demonstrative studies with the farmers. We have a systematic feedback approach which we have followed for the more than 650 farmers. So we find out that the slurry is relatively better compared to using the dung as a direct source to the soil. So these are the few evidence which I am sharing over here. Now coming up to the scaling up, so we have signed, as an NDDB, we have signed 25 MOUs with the dairy cooperatives. We have partnership with the Suzuki R&D Center India, wherein we will focus on the providing the rural mobility into the villages in India, wherein the dung is converted into the CBG, which is basically fueling the vehicles in the rural area. We have launched the partnership with the Sustain Plus Energy Foundation, which is one of the interesting partner, wherein we will propagate the household level biogas plants into the smallholder dairying system. Then NDDB has its own subsidiary, that NDDB Mrida Limited, to take care of these initiatives further. Then we have a multi-state cooperative. In a way, we would like to focusing on the way the dairy value chain has created. Similarly, we want to focus on the creating the manure value chain or a dung value chain, wherein slowly the recognition will come and slowly the dung will be commoditized. So this is how we are focusing. And in general, by converting dung into the biogas, bioslurry, we are focusing on creating balanced and secure livelihood and nutrition, and targeting various sustainable development goals and efficiently providing money back to the farmers, not only by manure management, but by creating a manure value chain, wherein the dung is converted into the biogas, slurry is further converted into the various organic fertilizers. This organic fertilizer again goes back to the soil. Again, this soil is used for the crop cultivation. So in a way, it is a closed loop cycle on which we are focusing on. So this is it from my side. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel. This is a great case study sharing from India, which has very similar dairy situation with 95% of smallholders, similar herd size, and how this biogas model can really help to reach the 6 SDG goals and empower women. So it's very inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing. And next, I would like to invite our next speakers, Dr. Claudia Arnott from CIGAR. Go up to the podium and share your study. Thank you very much. And Dr. Claudia is the co-chair for the new LEAP guide on greenhouse gas inventory, and meanwhile she's doing a lot of field level research. So today we would like to hear some very relevant production region, which is also for tropical crop and livestock system for the on-farm practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to talk about improving tropical livestock systems and looking at productivity, resilience, and sustainability. So we face a triple challenge when we look at tropical livestock systems. Often we need to increase production because we have a population growth, human population growth that needs more animal food. Then we also have to take climate change into account, which makes our work more difficult. And at the same time, we also need to produce sustainable, because we need to make sure that the land that we're using is going to be productive for the next centuries. So the main big constraints in smallholder livestock systems that we see in Africa, and I think that's applicable over many other smallholder systems, is low food quality. We have a lot of animal health challenges, limited reproductive management, declining soil fertility, and again, climate variability. And because of that, we have low productivity and we have high emissions per product. So when we are trying to design a production system, we need to design a production system that fits within our environment. So we need to make sure it fits the context, because only that way we can optimize our production resource efficiency use. Okay, so potential interventions for integrated crop livestock systems. So when we want to improve the systems, we can work at different entry points. It can be crops, it can be livestock itself, it can be feeds, and it can be soil nutrients. I'm a livestock scientist, so I'm going to focus mostly on livestock today. And I've been mostly focusing the last years on health. So we've been doing some modeling with collected data, where we looked at Tanzania, for example. We found that 6.7% of the cattle had abortions and up to 20% in goats. And we extrapolated that to the Tanzanian animal population. That meant we're losing 1.137 million tons of beef, which could have been feeding 650,000 people in Tanzania, given the current protein consumption. And when we looked at the emissions, emission intensity increased would decrease by 5% if we were able to reduce that. The problem here, when we look at the health, we're often just seeing symptoms. So abortion is a symptom of health. But it can also be a feeding conditions. And interventions need to be tailored, then we need to understand what are actually the health issues to treat them and not have the abortion. We also work with calf mortality data. So we had 16% calf mortality in Kenyan systems, where we did the same calculation. So we looked at what does that mean in protein loss, and that is protein loss of 4.5 million Kenyans when we look at their beef consumption. And if we would only reduce this mortality by 4%, we would be able to feed 3.3 million people more and reduce emissions intensity by 5%. This is This is the effect of climate-smart agricultural practices on adoption, productivity, and emission intensity. That was evaluating a World Bank intervention in Kenya. So we basically did an end-line survey when we went to farms, and we asked farmers what climate-smart interventions they adopted and how many. We originally tried to actually look at individual interventions, but because it was too confounding, we weren't able to do that. So the solution, how we looked at this, was then to look at how many interventions, how many interventions a farmer said they were implementing. So if you see the slightly beige color, that's when they said they didn't have any of these climate-smart agricultural interventions. The green is 1 to 2, the blue is 3 to 4, and the pink is more than 5. And on the left side, you see the average increase in milk production, and on the right side, we modeled the emission reductions on that as well. We used GLEAM as well for this. So we saw a definite effect of climate-smart interventions in the extensive systems. We did that was also, we did a marginal abatement cost curve, it's all published, that actually was also profitable, but a limitation for farm adoption would have been here actually investment, because the investment per kilogram of milk for these farmers is quite high. So if the farmer doesn't have the money, they will not be able, and don't want to take the risk, they will not be able to implement all these interventions. We did a similar for intensive and semi-intensive system. We couldn't see the same effect. So the clearest effect we actually saw in this study was in the extensive systems. Then My team last year modeled it also for Indonesia, for the World Bank. The report isn't out yet. They modeled interventions to look how could we improve systems. So this is not actual data, this is projections. So they looked at health, feed, and manure management interventions. So they looked at intervention packages, assuming they add up, like each of them just adds to each other. And they would see that we had a 34% increase in absolute emission, but we also had production increases by 80% and emission per protein, so emission intensity went down by 25%. This is not published yet. I hope they publish it eventually. They also did that for goat and sheep. So I thought that was interesting for here. And with that, I wanted to talk about, we actually have interventions for smallholder system. We just don't know often what is their effect on productivity, so we need to get more data on that and profitability, so we can make educated decisions on what interventions we want to invest. And with these interventions, we can actually already increase productivity and reduce emission intensities and meet the increasing demand for animal protein. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claudia. This is a great takeaway, actually. Already have our 4 speakers now, and now let's welcome our last but not least, Ms. Roro Jinting from Nutraco, Child Nutrition, and she's going to talk about feed. As Claudia also mentioned about the feed, it's also a very important part. So, yeah.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'm very glad to be here today. My name is Roro Jiska Ginting. I'm working as Business Development Manager for Child Nutrition Indonesia. And today, I'm also joined by Ms. Alice Hibbert, our General Manager of Child Nutrition Asia Pacific, and also Mr. Yan Ariana, our country manager here for Child Nutrition Indonesia. So at Child Nutrition Indonesia, at Child Nutrition, we are a Nutraco company. We have over 90 years history of, dedication to innovation and also developing a smarter and more sustained ways of raising healthy farms and also companion animals. So we are strongly believe that smart nutrition and also good management farming can not only transform overall the animal performance, but also the sustainability over our entire industry. And because of that, until now, we still continue to challenge the feed-to-food chain works and how to create a better future from planet to plate. And today also, I would gladly share with you about our innovation in child nutrition in trace mineral segment. So my presentation will be focusing on driving sustainable dairy nutrition with smarter mineral choices. Yeah, so trace minerals or metals are essentials. So trace minerals is a very small amount we feed to the cows, to the animals, even to ourselves as a human. But trace minerals give a very huge impact to the animals especially. So it have function like, to driving enzyme function, also have impact to the fertility, immunity, overall health, and at the end to the overall animal performance. Yeah, so animals animals have requirements of the trace minerals itself. So the metals, the nutrients of the minerals, which is, maybe we are familiar with copper, zinc, manganese, iodine, iron. But to be noted that animals do not have needs or requirements for the mineral sources, meaning like the oxide, the sulfates, or even the hydroxies. It's not required by the animals. So the important thing is animals do not require the source, and then come with the question whether are we feeding the mineral source to the animals, or are we delivering the nutrition of the minerals itself? Because at the end of the day, when we're talking about trace minerals, what really matters, it's the absorption and the utilization. So if we can see here, there are three different types of minerals in the market. So not all mineral sources behave the same. So in straw nutrition, we divided into three most important parameters, which is the first thing is the bonds, the stability and the reactivity, when we would like to choose which one is the best to supplement to our animals. In this case, we're talking about the cows, the dairy. So maybe the first one, the most common one, the cheapest one is the inorganic trace minerals with the ionic bond, meaning that it have the weakest bond of the other type of minerals. So the bond is very weak, it's not stable, and very high in reactivity. The concentration is around 25 to 38%, it depends on the product, but the price is the lowest amongst others. So the second and the third will be the organic and the hydroxy trace minerals. It comes with a stronger covalent bond that can protect the minerals, so it has a stronger bonds, better stability, and very minimal reactivity. So maybe we are more aware on the organic one because it's developed earlier in 90s, 70s. And it's commonly used, I think, in the market. But we are in straw nutrition, we brought a new innovation, which is the hydroxy minerals that give the same effect as the organic one, but it gives like the unique balance, which is the better price in comparison with the organic. And I think it is also very critical in ruminants. Why? Because I think unfortunately we cannot see my slides here. So, there you go. So here in the digestive tract of the ruminants, we know, like when I was still in the university, we divided the programs to like the small animals and the big animals. Jadi hewan kecil, hewan besar. So ruminants is the big animals with the longer digestive tract, with more complication in the rumen that we not found it in the like poultry. And in ruminants, why it's critical? Because we really would like to, keep the microorganism, the bacteria, the good bacteria inside the rumen to still alive. Because that is the first thing when we talk about digestion in ruminant. So often I met with our clients, especially the feed producers in dairy sectors or in the, like beef sectors, and they always trying to find some additives that can help the microorganism of the bacteria, rumen bacterial to alive. But sometimes we forget what else. Maybe there's another additive, there's another raw materials inside our feed formulation that might have effect to give like antagonist impact to the bacteria itself. One of it is the minerals. When we're talking about inorganic minerals with the weak bond, the minerals is very easy to dissolve, which is it's easy to free the minerals. So when the minerals already arrive in the rumen, then the free metals will be ready. So the free metals here can give like an antagonist impact to those bacteria in the rumen. That's why this new innovation from Trau Nutrition, which is the hydroxy minerals, can help with that. Why? Because these hydroxy minerals can only be dissolved or only can free the metals in the environment with pH under 4. So we can see here the rumen pH is still above 5, and the abomasum here is below 2.5. So the hydroxy mineral will only can be dissolved and free starting in the abomasum, and it can slowly release to the like duodenum, small intestine. Because in mineral we also want to provide the minerals in the right place at the right time. And we also know that mineral needs specific and exact transporter, which just only appears in the intestine. So we would like to keep the mineral ready there. So if we are using, like, for example, inorganic mineral sulfate oxides, it may start to free in the maybe it just when it interact with the water, then the minerals already free. So we cannot guarantee whether the minerals can be ready on the digestive tract or not. So it can lower the bioavailability of the inorganic mineral. Yeah. So with the hydroxy mineral, we have low solubility in the rumen. More soluble in abomasum because of the technology it has. It only can dissolve in pH under 4, slow, stable release, and lower antagonism. So why it is very important for us to also introduce this in ruminant sector, because we see increasing demand in poultry sector, especially in Indonesia. Because of this kind of technology, this new product is very acceptable in the poultry market, and we see like a very good result there. That's why we also want to, introduce this kind of technology in the ruminant sectors. So the main benefits that comes with hydroxy minerals will be to ensure the essential nutrient stability, increase feed palatability, optimize rumen function, improves bioavailability, and at the end, we will see the greater result. And this is not just theory, so multiple studies also shown improvement in absorption and also digestion of the hydroxy minerals. In this study, we see like the comparison between copper sulfate and hydroxy copper chloride, that show that the higher availability of hydroxy copper chloride or TBCC is almost double. It's 196% in comparison with the inorganic one. So this is the official evidence we see because we take it in the liver. So it's the accumulation of copper in the liver. It supports the indicator of the copper status. So the takeaway from this studies is the hydroxy copper chloride is more stable, more efficient, meaning better absorption, improve animal status, and less waste of the environment. And the second study, same with the zinc hydrochloride in comparison with zinc sulfate. Even it's have a higher numbers, it's 204%. So we can see from these two studies that the same dose of inorganic and hydroxy minerals with the hydroxy, it can give even the double impact. So we can see hydroxy minerals can deliver up to 2 times better absorption than the inorganic one. I think this is also nice to share because it is very nice to see as well that Indonesia is now show the more awareness of sustainability. And so beyond the better absorption, the hydroxy minerals also translate into real sustainability impact. So our life cycle assessment, LCA, shows the through nutrition hydroxy minerals can reduce the carbon footprint of meat by 1.5 to 2% per kg of ECM versus sulfates, which is the inorganic one. And we hold the certificate of carbon footprint reduction for 3 of our products, which is zinc hydrochloride, copper hydrochloride, and manganese hydrochloride. So this research is also validated using ISO standard methodology and supported by experts such as it is verified by Professor Ermias Cabrera, PhD in University of California, Davis. So this data mainly driven by the improve of herd efficiency, so more output and less waste. And importantly, to get the impact of sustainability, we do not need to add more investment, which is we just invest on the product, which is the trace minerals, that I believe that it's already inside the formulation of the feed, and we can get like a better performance and also the sustainability. So hydroxy trace minerals support better trace mineral absorption, and it means result. So let's look at a real study in dairy cows.
We have less than 1 minute.
This is the last one. Yeah. So we have study with University of Florida with 2 treatments. So we benchmarking the inorganic trace mineral and hydroxy trace minerals using the supplementation based on NASEM 2021, and also the formulation software we are using the NASEM as well. We're using 141 cows, and we use the Callan gauge, which is a special gauge for the trial that only can be opened with the specific key that we put in the neck of the cows. And the study shown the resulting on the milk production, which is it increased colostrum yield by 1 kilogram per day, milk yield by 1.5 kilogram per day, and protein yield by 40 grams per day, compared to inorganic one, which is sulfates. And at the same time, energy-corrected milk also improves. This drives both biology and also business, which is better immunity, more milk, higher quality, and more profit per cow. And not just that, it's also shown that hydroxy minerals consistently outperform inorganic source across the lactation curves. So it's not just on the yearly or the peak, but it's along the period. And also not just the performance of the milk, but also overall health status of the cows. So hydroxy minerals significantly can reduce risk of disease during the early lactation, and also with more animals staying healthy and remaining in the herd over time. And this is the last one. This study showed that hydroxy minerals improve reproductive performance we can see that more cows pregnant at 82% with hydroxy and 69% with inorganic minerals. Then we can see this is leading to improved reproductive efficiency and overall profit that farmers can get. So for the summary of it, with the smarter mineral choices, we can achieve both better performance and better sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roro. Thank you. Really thank you to all our speakers here. And today we bring the scientists over and share really at the farm level some management practices to improve One Health, to improve cow health, to really taking better care of the cows so that they can reduce the abortion rate, so that to avoid those waste. How can we improve the productivity? And these are really the experts bring some of the details. I think later, there are scientists here, you can follow up. We just give you a little teaser here and then see, here are the research and the scientists available for you to follow up. Appreciate you all your time. And I think there are training programs available and free for the Indonesia dairy communities and researchers to go check in I know farmers are waiting for this kind of information, and also with International Dairy Federation, we have very important farmer groups. And we wanted to bring science and knowledge to farmer communities, and we meet the scientists in the middle. And I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate all your time and attention. So now I conclude session 9. The better management practices can help boost productivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the token of appreciation presentation and will be given by Honorable Ms. Rati Damayanti, Director of Environmental, Maritime Natural Resources and Nuclear Energy Policy, National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to have a lunch break, and the lunch is presented to you by International Dairy Federation, and we are going to be here again exactly at 1 p.m. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a lunch break, and the lunch break is actually presented to you by International Dairy Federation, and we are going to begin the next session exactly at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies. 12 research organizations and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with two main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who feel that you lose your hotel key, you can get it on the committee desk. Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you feel that you have lost your hotel key, you can go to the committee and take it. Or I will use your room. Is it yours, sir? It's 4 points. Whoever stays in 4 points, you have lost your key. Okay, if you think that you have lost your key, 4 points hotel, you can go to the committee and punya Bapak? Oke. Untung aja saya nggak masuk kamarnya Bapak tadi. Oke, terima kasih.
Udah. Oh, cek. Cek.
Scientists will play a vital role in this journey. Your research and innovation are essential in addressing the complex challenges facing livestock system today, from improving productivity and animal health to reducing environmental impact and strengthening food security. This competition provides an important platform to showcase your ideas, exchange knowledge, and contribute to the meaningful solution that support sustainable and inclusive livestock development. Dear young scientists, we commend your commitment, your hard work, and your willingness to contribute to advancing science for the benefit of the people, animal, and the environment. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the distinguished panel of judges and partners for their valuable contribution in supporting this initiative. And we believe this event will be part of the stepping stones to the young scientists to proceed his bright future career that will inspiring and also will make a contribution to the people in our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish all participants the very best presenting in your ideas. May this competition inspire collaboration, creativity, and continued scientific excellence in advancing sustainable livestock transformation. I wish you a successful and inspiring session and listening the comment and also the input from the prominent judge this afternoon. Wish you all the best and good for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa Ageng, for the insightful remarks. For today's competition, we are honored to have 6 distinguished judges, and allow me to introduce them. First, Riaz Muhammad from the Government College University of Faisalabad. Can we give a round of applause for Mr. Riaz Muhammad? Second, Mr. Ndao Sega from ESRA. Next, we have Mr. Juncha Chen from Southwest University, China. We have Mrs. Lin Wang from Yangzhou University, China. Mr. Arif Dwi Santoso from BRIN. And Mr. Iwayan Tambun from FAO Indonesia. Let's give a round of applause for all the judges today. So we will now move to the most awaiting session, which is the short pitch presentations by our 9 finalists. And we have received more than 130 submissions before from bright individuals across Indonesia for this competition. And from this, we have shortlisted 9 outstanding finalists who will be pitching their ideas today. And each finalist will have 4 minutes to deliver their pitch presentation, followed by 2 minutes of Q&A with the judges. And may I kindly remind all presenters to please follow the time allocations. A time reminder will be given to ensure fairness for all participants. Now, let us begin with our first finalist. We invite the first finalist, Ms. Ani Apriani, to the stage.
Good afternoon, distinguished judge and fellow researcher. My name is Ani Apriani. I am honored to present my research on climate-driven price uncertainty in Indonesia's poultry industry, integrating NASA-powered satellite data for inclusive agri-food transformation. Did you know that poultry provides the majority of the animal protein for Indonesia? It is the most important part of our live food sector, dominating over 80% of our livestock production. But this sector is under attack by a silent enemy, climate change. High temperature and heat stress don't just kill chicken, they create a massive price uncertainty. To understand this, I analyzed 840 daily observations from 2022 to 2025 using two analytical methods. First, I'm using the factor autoregression method, and I found that global corn price acts as the primary net transmitter of risk to our domestic market. My exponential gauge model proved that temperature shocks are statistically significant drivers of price uncertainty. The data show sharp volatility cluster in 2022 and late 2021. So this means our smallholder farmers are currently vulnerable to market shock because they lack predictive tools. Therefore, I am proposing a digital solution, an SMS-based early warning system that integrates NASA-powered satellite data. By using high-resolution satellite intelligence, we can monitor real-time weather risk and price movement. As shown in my framework, first, the system collects daily temperature data from NASA satellite. And then our e-gauge model analyzes the risk level. If the risk is high, an automated SMS warning is sent directly to the farmer's mobile phone. So in the end, our farmer can anticipate heat stress and price shock before they happen. They can activate cooling system or adjust their feed to protect their flock and their income. This innovation is ensured that our poultry sector remains economically sustainable and resilient. By protecting the margin of smallholder, we can achieve a truly inclusive climate-resilient agri-food transformation in Indonesia. Thank you.
Now we can begin with the Q&A session. I'll let the judges to have questions within 2 minutes. Thank you.
Best.
Yes.
Hello? Hello? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This one works. Okay. A very nice work, and I quite like your idea. And you develop a very useful tools to predict the price, the broiler price. Yeah. And I just have a very small question, because you know there is a time lag between this climate event and the price of these broilers. Yeah, you know, sometimes the heat stress happened, and after 1 month, the price changes.
Yes.
that how your model handle this time lag. Yeah, do you understand my question?
Please, okay. My eager model show continuous impact to see a critical threshold of temperature at 30 degree Celsius. However, the most extreme shock occur when the temperature hits 33 degrees Celsius. At this level, heat stress leads to high bird mortality, which directly disrupt the market supply and spike the volatility or price uncertainty. So the impact is not direct by the time. It's impact supply and then spike the volatility or price uncertainty.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I continue.
Okay, let's give a round of applause for Mbak Ani Apriyani, the first finalist.
Once more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, okay.
I just have one
Mr. Arif.
question. Nice work and a nice presentation. And after your work, then have you ever done some investigation on that? If the farmers have the willingness to use your APP?
Sorry, Miss, please.
I mean, have you do some work on the investigate that the farmers would like to use their APP or not?
Oh, yes. Yes. We can collaborate with our local extension officer to train farmers. We also use demonstration farms to show them that following this alert is directly protect their profit margin. And technology, the message is not just, it doesn't just say it's hot, but it gives specific instruction like activate cooling now. So when farmers see that following SMS, that can save their profit adaptation will follow naturally. The main reason why I choose SMS early warning system is because the farmer, especially in remote area, is still use basic mobile phone. Don't all the farmer have smartphones? So this focus on inclusive.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's give a round of
Thank you.
applause.
One more.
Okay, one more, Pak.
Okay,
2 minutes, thank you.
First, I would like to congratulations to maybe your profession selected to the final stage.
Yeah, thank you.
In your proposal, you make integration between climate variability condition, feed price fluctuation, and livestock market, and then you make some propose an early warning system. So in this proposal, you state that there are time lag between climate change variability and price in the products. How many days or how many time the lag times? And then the second, what data source did you use for the climate and the price products?
Actually, that's an interesting angle. I still don't know how many days, but this temperature shock is actually make a high for mortality of bird. So it's make supply supply of broiler or poultry is disrupt, so the price is spike gitu, volatile. It not just
Directly convert to the price.
Not directly.
The change of price of the product depend on the variable climate change. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause for Ani Apriani once again. Thank you for our first finalists. Next, we will call the second finalist, Muhammad Kabus Abid Khairullah, to come to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, forests are not only ecological landscape, but also living systems that sustain food production and rural livelihood. In many small islands, context agri-food systems are not separate from forests, but are deeply embedded within them. This is particularly relevant in Indonesia, where current agri-food and livestock transformation agendas still tend to prioritize conventional production system. However, in ecologically considerate regions such as small island, these approaches are often less applicable. In the Banggai Island, center of Sulawesi, Indonesia, this relationship between forest and food system is clearly reflected in everyday practice. Local communities rely on forest-based agri-food system through indigenous staple crops such as Banggai yam, alongside honey production that depends on forest ecosystem. What makes this system important is not only the product it generates, but how it is sustained through community-based landscape management. This practice reflects long-standing interaction between people, crops, and forest ecosystem, forming a locally adapted and resilient agri-food system. In this research, a landscape-based approach is used to understand and represent this interaction spatially. Field documentation was conducted to identify of honey-related activities, supported by GPS-based point data collected directly in the field. These points indicate where honey-related activities take place within the landscape, allowing us to observe how these parties are distributed spatially. To understand the ecological context, NDVI analysis was applied to assess vegetation density across the landscape. The result showed that approximately 99% of the area is covered by moderate to high vegetation density, indicating that the landscape is still largely dominated by forest and semi-forested vegetation cover. When these two layers are viewed together, we can see that the distribution of honey-related activities is not random. but form cluster within vegetation area. Interestingly, many of these locations are also found along traditional zone between dense vegetation and more open land, highlighting the importance of forest edge ecosystem in supporting honey production. Rather than directly modeling bee habitat, this analysis illustrates how vegetation conditions provide the ecological context that support forest-based agri-food system. In this context, livestock does not only refer to large animals. Bees can be understood as ecological livestock, as they are managed by communities and contribute directly to food production and pollination service. Strengthening and recognizing forest-based agri-food system, such as this, can help transform existing process into systems that are visible, measurable, and actionable. So with that, I conclude my presentation. My name is Muhammad Qabu Sabit Khairullah. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Muhammad. The first, I want to your purpose in your proposal. You make integration between forest, crop, and bee culture.
Yep.
Tell me how farmer will follow or adopt your proposed system technically. Who will be a pioneer? Where they will start. So maybe that your system may be implemented in another area. So who will be a pioneer and how they will start to make the same your system?
Okay. So key of stakeholder include the local communities and local government and environment agencies. So the approach is feasible because it builds on existing practice and use relative simple tools such as GPS and satellite data. However, challenges include limited data availability, the need for capacity building, and ensuring that local knowledge is properly integrated without being oversimplified. Despite this challenge, the approach is realistic as a complementary strategy within broader agri-food and climate-related policy.
Mohammed, thank you for this presentation. I see that you mentioned that improving productivity, livestock productivity, is less applicable in some cases. Why you say that? Because we need to improve livestock productivity because of population increasing demand, right? And in the same times we have to preserve biodiversity, okay? But you say in your introduction that in some cases, improving livestock productivity is less applicable. Why you say that?
Can I convey it bahasa? Okay. Jadi untuk meningkatkan produktivitas yang ada, itu saya menerapkan pengetahuan local knowledge itu diartikan menjadi pengetahuan geospasial, sehingga pengetahuan geospasial tadi itu bisa diterima oleh masyarakat modern. Dan juga masyarakat modern bisa mengekspor kembali pengetahuan local knowledge tadi untuk masyarakat lokal.
So he plans to increase productivity by using local knowledge and adopting it into the geospatial, ya Mas ya?
Yep.
Geospatial data, so then it can be received by a more wider public.
Congratulations for the research. I just have a strict question here. you underline yam as the only local staple food crops in this your research. Why only yam? We can observe there are so many varieties or so many types of crops that can be used by the local people as their staple food. The second question is, what is the connection between the yam and honeybees? Because, for example, we can also put some other alternatives, including the palm sugar, etc., can be feed the honeybees. The third question is, what is the yam contribution with the ILM, Integrated Landscape Management? Because yam is, when the yam ready to be harvested, that means destroy the soil structure.
Okay, apologies, I will convey it in bahasa. So, kenapa hanya banggai yam? Karena alasannya, karena itu adalah wilayah kepulauan, yang mana mereka juga jauh sekali dari teknologi dan pengetahuan secara umum. Jadi untuk masyarakat lokal atau masyarakat adat itu masih terbatas pengetahuannya, hanya sampai mereka tuh hanya paham bahwa tanaman ini adalah tanaman yang bisa dipanen dengan teknik crop rotation, yaitu dalam 3 bulan sekali. Lalu apa hubungannya antara banggai yam dengan pollination atau madu? Jadi lebah-lebah yang mereka budidayakan di hutan-hutan itu merupakan lebah stingless, di mana lebah stingless ini tuh mereka memang berada di batu dan juga batang-batang pohon dari pohon banggai yam. Kenapa? Karena ubi banggai itu berbeda dengan ubi-ubi lainnya. Kalau ubi lainnya itu mereka tuh ada di dalam tanah sehingga mereka cepat merusak unsur-unsur tanah. Namun kalau untuk banggai yam atau ubi banggai itu mereka ubinya itu ada di atas tanah. Jadi untuk selain itu ada 2 hal. Yang pertama karena crop rotation tadi mereka menggunakan sistem pertanian yang berpindah dalam kurun waktu 3 sampai 6 bulan. Dan yang kedua karena hasil taninya itu bukan di dalam taman namun di atas tanah.
Okay, I have a very quick question. Is that your idea is good because you are targeting local communities, but there is one missing link that you have not provided any empirical evidence that whether it will work for local people or not. And it can only be done if you include a strong socio-economic factor in that. I mean, if your GIS approach is working, helping local people, how it is improving their livelihood, this should be included. And you have talked in conclusion section that your study can provide base for some modeling studies. Without any data, you cannot provide any evidence for your modeling studies. So maybe for future, you should provide a little bit of your evidence in your presentation. Otherwise, idea is really nice.
Well, okay. So GBS data were collected through field documentation by identifying location where honey-related activities take place, using handheld GPS during site visit. These data were collected alongside field data collection for my thesis research, allowing for efficient integration of observation within the same study area. Each point was recorded alongside field notes describing and the activity and surrounding condition. While the numbers of points is limited, reliability was ensured through direct observation and consistency check during field works, making the data suitable for explanatory spatial analysis rather than predictive modeling.
Okay. Thank you, judges, for the questions. So, and thank you for our second finalist. Give a round of applause for him. Next, we will have our third finalist. I will welcome to the stage Dionysius Aprisal Fenan Lampir.
Good afternoon, participants. If you know, in May 2022, Indonesia experienced its first foot and mouth disease in 40 years. Within months, over 600,000 livestock were infected across 19 of 34 provinces. And the economic impact on smallholder farmers was devastating. And now, we had zero predictive tools to see it coming. The outbreaks exposed two systemic gaps. First, while Indonesia has robust reporting system like ESIGNAS, we lack a predictive machine learning model to forecast the outbreak before they arrive. So our response was purely reactive. And the second, the rich surveillance data that could power such a predictive tools remains locked inside ESIGNAS, inaccessible to public researchers. So, I set out to answer straightforward questions. Can we build a predictive tools just using only what is publicly available? I integrated 4 publicly accessible data sources, which is official outbreak report from WOAH, livestock population statistics from BPS, Era 5 climate readiness data, and the last one is administrative boundaries data. From this, I engineered 70 features across spatial, structural, climatic, and temporal categories. 4 models were compared using strict temporal cross-validations. They were trained only on the first 4 weeks of the outbreak, and tests remaining on the 32. As results, rainforest outperformed all others. And sub-analysis confirmed that spatial proximity to infected the provinces is the dominant predictor. It consistent with known FMD transmission dynamics. The rainforest models achieved an AUC ROC score of 0.908. It successfully detected 100% provinces that become newly infected during the test period. Riau and Jambi were flagged 1 week before their first confirmed cases, and DKI Jakarta 2 weeks before. For Bengkulu, 4 weeks before confirmations. In this case, there are 5 provinces that were flagged as high-risk zone but didn't become infected. In early warning, these false positive represent precautions at any store failure. So, to be clear, this is the retrospective validation on 2022 outbreaks. This is just proof of concept, but the architecture is designed to running prospectively, like given new week's data and predict the next 2 weeks. So, the model and code base is ready to deployment. And for smallholder farmers whose saving depends on 2 or 3 cattle, this kind of lead time is different between protection and losing their livelihoods. So, based on these findings, I propose 3 policy actions. First, Indonesia should establish livestock disease data commons, an open access platform publishing district-level surveillance data following FAIR principles. The implementation can begin with a pilot in 2 or 3 provinces with historical data, and then scale nationally based on evidence. And the second, the predictive machine learning models should be integrated into ESIGNAS as complementary early warning layer. The digital architecture is already exists, but what is needed is institutional commitment to deploy it. And the last one is the architecture isn't limited just to FMD. The same methodology can directly transferable into avian influenza, lumpy skin disease, and African swine fever, positioning Indonesia to building a comprehensive AI power, One Health surveillance infrastructure. So, the predictive architecture works. Open surveillance data is the missing policy to scale it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this presentation. You mentioned that these tools can detect 100% newly infectious provinces, right?
Can you repeat that question?
You mentioned that we can detect 100% of newly infectious provinces,
yes.
Right?
Yes, right.
Are you taking into consideration, for example, the transmission mode from crossing? Are you integrated?
Can we, I just take the question like...
Yes, because it is a virus.
Yes, the virus.
The transmission mode is not between contacts.
Yes, that's a one of...
Yes,
what?
We can get it through the clothes.
Yes,
right?
of course, because the data sources that I use in these models is the learning from the data, like one of type of transmissions, which is like, we can also like historical data. We use training, like from the data, we get the one of predictor, like if you nearby of the people, it is will be contact with you and then the virus will transfer you. So this one, the predictor. So that's why my presentation about before, like confirm spatial sub-analysis, confirm that spatial proximity is the one of features importance in this model. So of course the one of this predictor is the can we considering like that?
Yeah, but be careful with the 100% detection, because there is many variables which can inflect and affect the result. Thank you.
You have provided a map which is based on week 18, 2022, okay?
Yes.
Can you predict for, say, next week in 2026?
Sorry, sir?
Can your model predict what can happen in next week or next couple of weeks?
Yes, of course. That's the main of our predictions, to predict for the next weeks.
And how you calibrate your model, or you calibrate your prediction? Like, how you are confident that it is accurate and precise, and how much precise it is?
So your question, like how, like, I'm sorry, sir.
Generally, when you develop model, you first calibrate your model, okay? Based on your data. Have you calibrate your model?
Yes, of course.
So what was the accuracy?
The accurations like that I say before, like just in this context, we use the provincial level, which is the accurations just 19%. So if you want to make the more accuracy, we use the like district level data. So that's why my propose the policy like open source data, so that I use the great data, like more data, more accurations.
I have just a very short question. When the data is available, the prediction data is available, how can you convince the policymaker to make some follow-up action or to make some decision?
So your question, like how I can do this implementation, right? So that's why I joined this competition. So this competition is my connection point that I have to move from proof of concept to implementation dialogue. So I hope I have many chances to do the dialogue for policymakers to integration these models to national systems. So this is very, very important for us. Like that. Thank you.
Okay. Robin, thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
Your model assume that the farmer participation in centralized biogas cluster. The main is biogas cluster. How to make sure that the smallholder happy to send their waste livestock to the biogas cluster, because very difficult to arrange there.
So we have to know, without early warning systems, our response was reactive, vaccine arrived late, and maybe blanket bans destroy their livelihoods. So I mentioned that this can affect to smallholder farmers, like the vaccine can be prepositioned before the virus arrive, and the livestock's movement restrictions can be targeted and time limited, rather than blanket bans destroy their livelihoods. And then the third is the farmers communities can be alerted through the extension worker or maybe local networks before given time to strengthen the biosecurity or isolate their animals, so they have time to prepare themselves. So the economy impact on their like they cannot lose their productive assets like that. So maybe it's important by why this projection should be integrated into national scales.
Give a round of applause for Dionysius. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. Next, we'll have our 4 finalists. Robin Ade Kurniawan. Please come to the stage.
Good afternoon. Leadership, the jour, today's waste is tomorrow's resources. I'm Robin Ade Kurniawan, and here I want to pitch about this. About 3.7 megatons of CO2 equivalent has been generated from beef cow manure alone in 2023 in Indonesia. That's about from almost 12 million beef cattle, and most of them is owned by small owners. And most of the owners already use this, either they sold them or use them as fertilizer. The thing is, this is where the problem, the methane sits in open storage, where methane escapes at 28 times the warming speed of CO2. So, even though we know the economic value of the manure is real, but the carbon value is still unoptimized. So, Indonesia's biogas program, Biru Karbon Nusantara, has installed nearly 30,000 household biogas units. It's about 600,000 tons of CO2 equivalent has been reduced in the span of 15 years. Now, the thing is, this General Biru Karbon Nusantara doesn't directly go into the carbon revenue of the smallholders. So even though the carbon value is there, the market is not open to the smallholders. So here was I suppose. We need to aggregate this where it makes sense. So using GIS clustering, we could identify which are the high density zones in which there is cow concentration more than a viable threshold. In this case, it's more than 300 cattle per area. So in each area, there is one single centralized biogas hub in which farmers are, are combining all the manure from these surrounding areas. So there are 3 outputs from this: cooking energy, fertilizer, and verified carbon credits from the IDX carbon. So each hub per year, up to 450 tons of CO2 equivalent can be avoided, 41,000 cubic meters of biogas is being generated, and about 3,600 in carbon revenue. Also, if we combine this with the existing household programs, up to 60,000 tons equivalent per year can be reduced for just 50 big hubs. Now, where do we go from here? So the GIS output already gives what the IDEX carbon needs in the sector: eligible zones, minimum thresholds, and verifiable baselines. So this model also extends beyond any livestock, not just beef cattle in this case. Any then smallholder zone, any country with national carbon market. It just needs to be formalized. Thank you.
Okay, I want 2 questions. I asked about carbon market. In your proposal, you state that if the carbon price is decreased, so how about your model, and how will do to anticipate and to decrease the model? And then, because depend on the carbon market, so however, the measuring and verification emission for smallholder is very difficult and maybe very expensive also. So how would you make sure that your model can get data accurate and easy to smallholder technically?
Okay, let me answer. Thank you for the question. So the carbon market is actually fluctuating. So the price isn't the same for every time. So the carbon price isn't actually the one that the farmers are receiving, because the farmers is only receiving that from the three outputs, which is the biogas and then the fertilizer. So the carbon is just a part. So if in another case where the farmers are selling them to other farmers, in this case, they may get something more valuable, like the amount of money is bigger. But if the farmers are giving this into the centralized hub, they will get the opportunity to get the biogas and the fertilizer, in which are supporting from the biogas production. So, and then about the carbon verification. So this is where the regulations. It is hard for smallholders to verify the carbon credits, but this is where the big hubs place, because it's not the smallholders having their own account in this. It's just as the same name, but the hub are giving the money to the smallholders. That's it.
Thank you. You use Chair 1, right? You use Chair 1.
Chair what?
Chair 1, the first level of calculation, right?
Okay.
Taiwan. Use Taiwan.
Taiwan.
You use it.
Sorry.
You use Tier 1.
Taiwan?
Yeah, you have through IPCC, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Your process is very promising, but you use the most default approach.
Yeah.
I would like to know how, for example, the policymakers from Indonesia can use your conclusion.
Okay. So one of the chance for this to be applicable is actually to merge it with the existing biogas program that Indonesia have. So make it another big hubs that are located in high density zones, in which this will help like some kind of the verification process. So it's just not starting from zero. So all the basics are being handled by that hydrocarbon collaboration. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And my question is, in your opinion, what the government can do to the smallhold cattle farmers to help them to, or support them to, for the centralized biogas hub? Of course, it's facing to the smallhold, so I think the policies for the government is quite important.
So to make this interesting to the small hubs, from I understand, it's first we need to give them the incentive, to give them the money, at least half of what the market, the informal market is giving them. Because in this transition, we might get the biogas processed and the fertilizer as much more feasible income. So it will be generating more money, even more than the carbon revenue. So by then, And it's also helping Indonesia as a country because Indonesia's current LPG for cooking is 70% imported. So this might be one of the source for this LPG stuff going. Thank you.
Very quick question. Who will invest at the start? Is your government is ready to invest in these hubs? Who will provide money for the start?
So in this model, of course, it needs to be government because in this kind of investment, we need to have big hubs, and these big hubs also needs big technologies and complex regulations. So the Biokarbon Nusantara acts like co-work partners, not just as an investor. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, very quick question. And I'm curious, in your opinion, you will suggest these farmers, these smallholders, transfer their manure to this hub every day or every week or every month? Because you know, this transport, it costs money, labor, and a lot of things. And how can they handle this?
Yes. Okay, thank you for the question. So one of the way is every bundle because the manure isn't a steady source. So every time they could either we give the transportation like the tricycle, motorcycle truck, we could help them for that because the clusters is like in close with the farms. We could help them, or they could also give this in it for their research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Next, we will have our fifth finalist, Orfa Linisa Hosaina. Please come to the stage. Can we give a round of applause for Orfa?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine the vastness of our universe. Among the billion of stars, there is a one planet that we call home, Earth. On the Earth, there are humans. And look at the humans being. We can survive because of two incredible tools: eyes to perceive and brain to process. And my project is built on this principle, named of biomimicry, by replacing the human limitation with digital eyes and also AI brains. And Indonesia is a land of vast livestock potential. In the heart of Yogyakarta, specifically in Pangungharjo, Bantul, name of Domba Makmur Indonesia, we are monitoring approximately 100 Garut sheep. And however, the livestock sector still faces a silent crisis. Data from Statistic Indonesia says that a 41% decline of sheep population and traditional farming segregation still struggle to keep up the health issues that often go unnoticed till it's too late. So I present to you Sheep Herd, integrating YOLO-based behavior detection and multi-sensor IoT for autonomous sheep health monitoring. We aren't just watching the sheep, but we are understanding them. Our innovation follows a four-stage methodology. One is data acquisition by capturing the behavior of ship and also the environment data. And second is AI analysis by using the YOLO V8 models to real-time detection. And three is data integration by correlating the behavior of ship and also the environment factor. And last but not least is alert system by giving early intervention with a mobile notification specifically by telegram. So the shipward device is compact, only 7 centimeter by 5 centimeter by 3.5 centimeter. And to ensure the maximum coverage of this unit, we are positioned this unit of a height at 2.5 meter. Using our current sample set, YOLO V8 model has achieved precision of 0.9444, and our recall is currently at 0.333. This is just because the limitation of data, and we are actively refining this system, and this research is still ongoing. So we try to expand the data set to overcome the limitation of data and also to improve the accuracy of the detection of the ship behavior, especially for the eating, lying, and moving pattern. So in the end, I just to say that our eyes is useless where our mind is blind. So with Shepherd, we try to give both eyes to see and mind to care. I'm Orvalini Sawasaina, and thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I just have a very small question. Just now you showed some data about your project. This data is based on the ESP32. Is from this?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That's a very small question. I'm not sure because when I read your introduction, I get confused a little bit. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Orfa.
Okay.
Thanks for your inspirative presentation.
Yeah.
I'm interested in your title presentation about interrogation YOLO-based behavior detection.
Yeah.
Explain me how reliable is behavior detection compared to the maybe another aspect detection like psychological detection in identification early disease. Maybe ini is interesting for me.
Okay, thank you for your question. Okay, I will answer. So, in this research, I try to combine both of environment factor and also behavior detection. For the environment factor, specifically in humidity and also temperature, because this is the strongest parameter that affect the health of sheep. We know that sheep, especially for Garut sheep, normally the temperature is under the 30 degrees Celsius. If temperature above the 30 degrees Celsius, it can trigger the heat stress of sheep itself. So sheep and other animal, I think, they will show abnormal behavior if they in a not good condition, like maybe they low in eating or low in moving or low or it's too long to lying maybe. So I think the only detection in behavior it's not enough, and I think the correlation between behavior and also environment the parameter that can specifically detect the health of sheep is that sheep sick or lethargy or just stress, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that you have high precision, right?
Sorry, can you speak louder?
I see that you have high precision,
Yeah.
accuracy,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
But you'll use limited, very limited data,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Are you assessing the sensitivity of different input parameters?
Yeah. Okay. You asked for the sensitivity for YOLO V8 model, or?
Yeah, but the model have input parameter, right?
Oh yeah, parameter. Okay.
Are you assessing it?
I'm sorry.
Are you measuring the sensitivity of each input parameters?
Oh, okay. Okay.
If it is not, you say it is. We do not that.
Okay. So I will try to explain more.
Okay.
So our behavior not just detect the behavior like it is lying or it is moving or it is eating, but we also see for the duration and ratio. So the output of the behavior is a ratio of lying, ratio of eating, and ratio of moving. We calculate it with the pattern or pattern. We calculate it, and then for the environment factor, the output is heat index, something like that. So I think with YOLO V8 model, it's enough have a high sensitivity to detect the behavior, as I say. And in this research, I try to give evidence that using YOLO V8 model has achieved the precision 0.9444. It's high value for detect the behavior.
So do you think this model will work equally good under control conditions, natural conditions, and semi-natural conditions?
Sorry, can you please louder?
My question is that, do you think your methodology and model will work both for controlled sheds or control conditions, where you have all the animals indoor, and some semi-natural conditions? And what if like the cabin, you have said the size of that was 2.5 meter and something like that, okay? So if that is maybe 100 by 100 meter, so will your model work or not?
Okay. So our model is integrating environment data and also the behavior. So if the we have the correlation, not just see a behavior or environment, but integrating by correlation matrix, something like that. Yeah.
You need to explore this this invitation, because the methodology can change and the results so far can change also. It is another expectation of your career, I think.
Okay, thank you, judges, for the questions, and thank you, Orfa. Next, I will give the stage to our 6 finalists, Wahyu Aji Pamungkas, Arika Febrianti, and Siti Alika. We come to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you to BRIN and FAO Indonesia. I am Wahyu Aji Pamungkas, the project leader and founder youth organization of Sekutu Bumi, which I am present today for our work entitled Integrate Sustainable Bioeconomy System of Duck Livestock and Corn Agroforestry This proposes a cost-efficient, climate-smart production model for smallholder in Indonesia. I would like to tell you a little about the background of the organization that has brought me here. Sekutu Bumi is a local youth community initiative based in Jambi province, which interests in scientific research and community empowerment. We are open to all grants related to scientific research and relation. Our work highlights the sustainable integration of duck livestock and corn agroforestry, which we refer to as the integration farm hub. Within this system, we place great emphasis on bioeconomic framework comprising a center for duck feed and organic fertilizer production, the collection of duck manure from the pens and surrounding area, a corn agroforestry plot with 4 layers of vegetation and a digital monitoring center of schedule and training facilities. We believe this model has the potential boost farmer incomes, reduce GHG emission, and lower agricultural production data. In a circular bioeconomic system, the relationship between duck livestock productivity and corn agroforestry must be balanced in order to generate significant income. To this end, we have developed a formula that is stable and easy for farmers in Indonesia implemented. As for the tools and material required including 300 ducks, 15 Gliricidia sepium, 10 Leucaena leucocephala, first and second layer plants, 36,000 zeamice, and 165,000 glycine max as cover crop. For need feed composition of duck, 300 ducks on the corn file of 1 hectare, and conversely for the fertilizer requirement of 1 hectare best estimate 13 tons and duck manure. The calculation process in sound and the screen I have not detailed because here time is very limited. Please review this carefully. The result estimate increase in egg production of 100 until 200 per day, a potential reduction in production cost for feed and natural fertilizer of 20 until 30% per year, estimate increase in net income from livestock and farming of 30 until 45% per year, and potential reduction in greenhouse gas emission of 30 until 40% per year. And finally, we hope that farmer in Indonesia will receive for the support, start from education to opportunity to adopt environmentally friendly farming techniques so that they may become prosperous families and contribute to preventing the global climate crisis. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for your nice presentation. And because I'm an animal nutritionist, so I have some 1 or 2 questions about the animal nutrition part. I know you want to reduce the animal feed cost, use their self-production corn or something else. But the way you use it is just the mixed this feed stuff with commercial feed, right? Then you can reduce the cost, of course. But for the nutritional level, I don't think it can meet the nutritional requirement of these ducks. That means, in this way, the egg production will decrease, and these farmers will get less money from these eggs. That's the first question. And I have a second one, because if you want to mix this feed stuff, that will cost a lot of labor. It's not easy. If you buy a commercial feed, you just open the bag, put it in, and the duck will eat it. Very easy. But if you want to mix it, it's a lot of work. And how do you think about this? Will these farmers really want to do it? Okay, that's my 2 questions.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm answer
with this question.
Yeah.
If you can go ahead first.
Feed composition has a direct impact on both body weight and egg production of ducks. A balanced diet ensures that ducks maintain optimal body weight, which is essential for stable and high egg laying performance. In our system, maize-based feed provides energy, while rice bran, tofu, dregs, and food waste contribute protein and additional nutrient. This combination support both maintenance and production. If the feed insufficient or imbalanced, ducks might lose weight and experience decline in egg production. On the other hand, while formulated feed increase feed efficient and can improve egg output consistently. To prepare the mixed feed, we combine self-production maize with rice bran, tofu, and selection food waste in appropriate proportion. Then AM4, AM4 is added during fermentation to improve nutrient bioavailability and digestibility. This process not only enhance feed quality but also reduce cost while maintaining productivity.
Thank you. Fortunately, in your conclusion, you mentioned the different limitation of the studies. Into your conclusion, you mentioned many limitations of your studies, right? I appreciate it. But if you mention, for example, the net increasing of incomes, which range between 30 to 40%. And you have many limitations, for example, because you use default value of manure. I think that in your conclusion, you need to use an unconditionality or unconditionality. You have to use it. This result is true.
Yes.
If we are in the same situation, because you use default value of manure, right? You mentioned that. That's why I propose, it's a recommendation for you. In the conclusion, since you use default value in your evaluation, you have to pay attention about the conclusion of your research. I don't know if you understand what I am saying.
Sorry, Mister, you can repeat. I don't understand.
In the conclusion, you mentioned the different limitation of your studies, right? And in the result, you say that we can increase the income from 30 to 30%. It's a very great increasing of the incomes. But unfortunately, you use default information from the manure, right? That's why I said when you conclude the studies, you have to introduce a conditionality. It's a recommendation.
Okay, considering the Indonesian perspective, your local conditions, farmer behavior, how many farmers do you think can adopt this system? Yeah, how many farmers can actually follow the system you are proposing in Indonesia? What is your thinking about that?
Okay, izin pakai bahasa Indonesia.
Yeah. I said that.
You want me to translate?
Okay, I said that considering Indonesian farming community and your local farmer behavior perspective, how many farmers can adopt the system he is proposing?
Jadi Mas pertanyaannya dengan mengconsider petani kita ya, kondisi mereka, terus persepsi mereka gitu terkait kondisi di Indonesia, kira-kira berapa jumlah petani yang bisa mengadopsi sistem yang Mas propose?
Oh, okay. I'm answer in Indonesia language. Jadi begini Kak, jadi untuk adopsi dari teknik pertanian dan juga peternakan ini gitu ya, itu juga bisa keluarga petani dari ayah, ibu, kemudian juga anak-anaknya itu bisa mengadopsi segi dari implementasi sistem yang saya buat ini. Karena memang untuk 1 hektar itu mereka cukup familiar, terutama di Sumatera. Jadi masing-masing keluarga petani itu untuk sekarang memang punya 1-2 hektar lahan pertanian yang mungkin tidak terintegrasi. Sehingga adanya inovasi-inovasi yang bisa saya berikan gitu ya untuk mengintegrasikan antara 300 bebek kemudian juga dengan kebun jagung itu juga bisa menjadi suatu bioekonomi sirkular yang baru sehingga mereka bisa mendapatkan pupuk dari manur kemudian juga bisa mendapatkan pakan dari jagungnya seperti itu.
Oke, ada angkanya nggak berarti jumlah petaninya kira-kira?
4.
Kenapa?
4.
Jadi, so he's saying that family farmers, farming families can adopt this, big smallholders exactly, because they usually have like 1 to 2 hectares per family. So that what he wants is for them to implement this within their 1 to 2 hectares to integrate them within this land. Yep. Iya. Ya, jadi memang sistemnya lebih banyak untuk smallholders ya Mas, bukan corporate memang.
Iya, siap, benar. Terima kasih.
Ya, makasih.
I know that the time is running, but I have two very simple questions. The first question is, you not elaborate in more detail about the manure management because I'm a farmer. I understand well about the duck manure. It's very itchy compared to the chicken. How can you anticipate this model to be accepted by the farmers because the duck manure is very itchy?
Okay, thank you. Manure management is our system, is designed as part of a control composting process to ensure nutrient efficiency and safety. First, duck manure is collected daily from the housing area and transferred to a design composting site within the integrated farm hub. Then is a mix with a carbon-rich material such as crop residue to balance the nitrogen ratio. Kemudian next, AM4 is added to accelerate microbial decomposition in improved nutrient availability. The compost is then maintained under proper moisture and aeration condition with regular turning to ensure informed decomposition. After a certain period, the manure is fully decomposed into stable organic fertilizer, which is then applied to the corn agroforestry file. This process ensures the nutrients are preserved, pathogens are minimized, and the manure becomes a safe and effective input to crop production.
Are you planning that you will use the duck manure to produce the biogas?
Jadi, excuse me, I'm answer in Indonesia.
No, I mean, apakah Anda merencanakan untuk menggunakan kotoran dari itik ini untuk memproduksi biogas? Karena mempertimbangkan dalam aspek ini juga perlu mengaplikasikan atau mereduksi emisi dari greenhouse gas.
Oke, jadi saya juga memang mempertimbangkan antara mengurangi emisi, kemudian juga memperkuat pendapatan gitu ya Pak. Jadi sebenarnya juga dengan adanya pupuk menggunakan kotoran hewan ataupun yang manure bebek ini juga bisa menurunkan dari sisi emisi gas metana juga. Jadi memang kami benar-benar ingin pencemaran dari dari manure ini bisa dikurangi seperti itu. Jadi memang kami benar-benar memakai dari manure-nya untuk dari pupuknya.
Hati-hati dengan kotoran itik karena dia sangat gatal dan itu juga belum tentu bisa secara baik diterima oleh petani. Catatan saya.
Thank you, judges, for the questions. Thank you, Wahyu and team. We'll now proceed with our 7 finalists. The group finalists, we will welcome to the stage Afifah Zahwa Nuriana, Aisyah Dani Nayara, and Daifullah Abian Fadil Ar-Rashid to the stage. For your information, judges, that for group finalists, only one can actually conduct the pitching, but then the rest of the group can answer for the Q&A. Thank you.
All right, so let's imagine when your food carries a hidden danger bacteria that no medicine can kill. This is the escalating reality of antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. We are from Smart BSF Nexus, and we are here to present a digital framework that secures our food system by turning hazardous agricultural and livestock waste into a biosafe circular value. So let's look at the root cause of the crisis. In Indonesia, 86% of antibiotics are misused. And also, it triggers the rise of resistant bacteria like E. coli and K. pneumoniae. And these residues accumulate in manure, creating massive breeding ground for resistance. And also, we are not just managing waste, we are confronting a systemic threat to our global food safety. To combat the threat, we turn back to nature, where we're using the black soldier fly larva, or BSF. So BSF powerfully convert manure and also degrade the antibiotic residues. However, there's a crucial problem where BSF technology remain unoptimized for industrial scale, because without an efficient system to manage the decentralized waste, BSF cannot solve the AMR crisis. That's why our product, Smart BSF Nexus, is the missing link in the circular bioeconomy. We bridge the gap between fragmented waste producers and also the processing hubs through a very familiar application called WhatsApp. Why we're using WhatsApp? Because it is found that more than 100 million monthly users in Indonesia are using WhatsApp. So we can ensure that everyone from industrial giants to smallholder farmers can participate in this data-driven value network. And also, our advantage is the low-tech front-end, high-tech back-end architecture, where we synchronize WhatsApp inputs with the GIS-supported AI, and it will empower the regulators with real-time analytics and provide smallholders with instant access to a safe biomass. And also, you may also scan the QR code here to access our prototype, and then our AI optimizes substrate recipes to maximize decontamination and degrading heavy antibiotic residues like lincomycin by up to 84.9% in just 12 days. And also, our WhatsApp bot will issue an AMR Safe Farm QR Eco label, which align with the FAO Reno Farm, and it will translate biosecurity into economic premium, increasing smallholder net incomes through AMR-free certification. And to solve supply chain fragmentation, our WhatsApp will directly give a report to our special engine, which connects the waste generators and the BSF facilities, the nearest BSF facilities, and it will transform from linear disposal into active biomass marketplace. And we provide the BSF hubs with optimized recipes and also with the specific pickup schedule. And then lastly, we translate the biological action into a policy-grade data, where our engine will convert waste volume into a matrix of methane and AMR reduction, and provide very viable data for carbon credits and agro-EPR compliance. And we funnel financial subsidies directly to the BSF facilities, and we align with the Indonesian NDC's 31.89% emission reduction target, which attract the green investment. And this ecosystem is the blueprint for a national circular bioeconomy. Smart BSF is scalable and ready to deploy. And let's secure our food system today. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. And I have a very short question. Do you really carry out any trials or experiments about to verify your idea? Because I think, looks like all in your mind and do some models, but I didn't see any real data. Yeah, you know what I mean, yeah.
Okay, so thank you for the question. So since this is an ongoing research and this is our concept to solve the problem in Indonesia, so that's why by using the visualization that we attach in the presentation, we're using the mock-up from HTML. And then if we, right now, currently, we also have some discussion with IT consultant and also with some stakeholders to get any suggestion how to implement this. Because since we think that we already have strong basics according to the concept. So yep, I think along the way, when we have another suggestion from the expert, we can implement this in reality. And also, sorry, to add, because we mentioned that it can degrade 84.9%, for example, we can say about that because our concept, our approach is using descriptive qualitative, where we're using a lot of literature review and discussion with the expert. So we think that from research, it also will align with our result in the end from our products.
Okay, maybe for some addition, I want to add that our product have been in discussion with one of the Dean from Polytechnic Banjarnegara. That's the location in Java, in Central Java, in Indonesia, that they assume that they really need this system because they have such a big waste from the agricultural, but they doesn't have the system how to manage it by the BSF. Instead, they already have the BSF farmer, but they doesn't know how to import from the other agricultural to the BSF farmer. Thank you.
I think this is very interesting. If you look at your previous colleagues, one colleague just provided a pitch that they wanted to use manure in biocircular economy. So you are discouraging them, okay? Because you are saying that there is a risk of antibiotics in their manure. So you have to sit with them to make like a common solution. And then what I understood, you are proposing that you co-compost. Actually, you are composting. You have not used the word composting, but you are composting because you are using larvae and then you are using the like manure and then you are adding like the agriculture waste into manure and then you are co-composting. So like why not simply use your manure in a biogas plant in your case and then biogas actually kill everything what is there. There is no risk of antibiotics if you use biogas generation, the same setup your colleague was using. So your idea is fantastic, no issues. But that, I mean, why? You using like a tough pathway, slightly a tough and economically expensive pathway as compared to simple pathway, which is biogas or simple composting.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Maybe I would love to answer this question because why we made it? Because we want to make the cycle. We want to make this waste of agricultural and the livestock. It's not only the opportunities for the BSF farmer, but it's also for the livestock. Maybe I want to explain that from the livestock farmers, they have the livestock waste, right? And then the livestock waste is aiding to the BSF farmers, and then the BSF farmers made it into the agricultural farmers for being the fertilizer, and then the fertilizer itself, it can reduce the antibiotics in the agricultural, so it will be the safe farmer, and then the safe farmer itself, we call the safe farm. When they already achieve the safe farm, they can have the privilege to increase their cost to the produce to the market. That's why it also opportunities for the market from the agricultural. And then for the agricultural waste, it can also be the consume for the animals from the livestock. Why? Because as research that we already did before, cost from the animals consumed, it's almost take like 80%. But if we made it as a circular system, it can reduce the cost, and then yeah, that's an opportunity for each other stakeholder. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you know Viber apps? Viber. You know these apps?
Like minimize viable production or?
No, Viber is like WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Actually, we don't have Viber. My question is about the sustainability of BSF Nexus. The sustainability. Do you have any other options if you are facing on the operationality of Viber? If there is some difficulties to join WhatsApp, what can we do?
Okay, thank you so much. I also really love to answer this question because we already have some discussion that our product is accessible to everyone. Since everyone in Indonesia, almost everyone in Indonesia, including the farmers, they use WhatsApp. It's almost like 1,000 million people in Indonesia currently using the WhatsApp. Even her grandmother is a farmer from Banyumas. Banyumas is a really rural area, but her grandmother is also using the WhatsApp. So WhatsApp is for everyone in Indonesia. And then the second, the BSF farmer in Indonesia, approximately, I calculate it almost like 5,000 until 10,000 people in Indonesia doing the best, 5,000 until 10,000 farmers doing the BSF in Indonesia. And also, maybe if you ask for the...
I like your communication.
Yeah.
But my question is, I know that many persons use WhatsApp. It's true.
Yeah.
But WhatsApp is just an app, right? It's an app. They can have some difficulties to join sometimes WhatsApp. What should we do if WhatsApp is not operational?
Okay, sorry. Maybe I can answer your question. You mean like if not everyone using WhatsApp, right? How we can do this smart BSF Nexus, right? So. Okay, so if the WhatsApp is not functional as well, we can shifting our ideas rather than using WhatsApp by using application instead. So by using application, maybe we also realize that AI is very expensive technology, right? Then if we shifting from WhatsApp to application, we can using our statistical data to answer the input data from the farmers to our application, and it will also lowers the cost since AI is very expensive, and we think by shifting to application, it is we can say it is cost effective. Yeah.
Maybe a little. Yeah. Maybe I want to add a little bit. The WhatsApp that we use, it's just application for uploading the data to make the farmer easier to access it instead of just web or the application. Maybe they cannot handle it, especially from the rural farmers, right? But for the AI, it doesn't work in WhatsApp because it's a huge system. So that's why we also said that's the AI engine. We produce it like Python and everything. We produce it on the dashboard that we also have it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, judges, and thank you all the finalists for the great question and answer session. Yeah. Now for the last two presenters. I would like to invite our 8 finalists, Hikmayani Iskandar, Muhammad Aldi Nurdiansyah, and Asha Ria Hapila to the stage. Let's give a round of applause for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hikmayani, and I would like to share our research and innovation with the title, Identify Fertility Biomarkers for Precision Breeding in Indigenous Cattle. So, if one out of 3 breeding attempts fail, what does the really mean in the field? It means that 35% of pregnancies do not success, and as a result, farmers must repeat insemination again and again. This is not just a technical issue, but this leads to economic loss and resource inefficiency. But beyond all of that, it creates something even more critical, is uncertainty. And this uncertainty exists because we still don't understand what truly determines the fertility. And this uncertainty exists because of one fundamental problem, is conventional semen evaluation. We know the semen evaluation still limitation to predict the fertility. In reality, fertility is driven by molecular processes, by energy metabolism, by requiring molecular profiling, because we evaluate what we can see, not what determines fertility. And this uncertainty exists in previous, I say that conventional analysis. So if we are measuring the wrong thing, then we need a new approach. And this is where our research approach. We apply the multi-omic approach, such as proteomic and metabolomic, to identify the fertility biomarkers directly from spermatozoa to subjective evaluation into data-driven to precision. And this is the future precision breeding in indigenous cattle. As we know, in artificial insemination center in Indonesia and regional center in Indonesia, to determine the fertility, they ask based on breeding soundness examination. However, this BSA assessment doesn't enough. So we approach the multi-omic approaching by multi-omic, proteomic, and metabolomic. So we analyzing the seminal plasma and spermatozoa to identify the candidate protein and metabolite. And our finding found the metabolites such as creatine, DHA, and EKG, and also protein like AK4, ODF2, clusterin, isina1, and NPPC. This metabolite and protein, we continue to validate as a biomarker. And our discovery, not just knowledge, we turning science into practice and policy. Into 1-2 years, we will focus to biomarker validation, follow develop low-cost diagnostic panels, and ultimately integrate into the artificial insemination center for more application. And our goal is clear because we want to transforming livestock system to reproductive efficiency, higher farmer income, resource waste, and more sustainability. Because in this end, we don't want to just predicting fertility, but we want to transforming uncertainty to precision. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. Very promising research. I just would like to know if you identify any, for example, social barriers.
Yes.
About the implementation.
Yeah. So thank you. So, but the policy, our research, we want to implement the artificial insemination center in Indonesia because we know the straw from artificial insemination center in Indonesia distribute to the farmer. So if the insemination success, that's farmer also can benefit from this this biomarker fertility to predict bulls fertility.
when I go through your project, most of the things you have described here is generally based on the previous knowledge, and also most of them are speculative.
Yes.
Okay? But like, how do you plan to use this knowledge which you have like developed here? Like, can it be practically applicable or being used in Indonesia or not?
Yeah, actually now to predict the fertility in artificial insemination based on the breeding soundness examination. So with this diagnostic, we want to make the biomarker like test pack for the test pack to know this bull high fertility and low fertility. So we just analyze the semen of the bulls, and we can predict, oh, this bull's high or this bull is low, like this.
Excuse me, judges. We're going to limit to only one more, yeah? Okay. Since time is limited. Thank you.
Very short question. I think that it's very comprehensive presentation, clear idea. One more question for myself is, how do you convince the government or policymaker that your approach is profitable for the farmers, and how can your research will be adopted by the government? How can you convince the government?
Okay, thank you for the question. For the policymaker, we want to give the advice to the artificial insemination to make the like guidelines how to select the bulls, because we know in Indonesia if we want to have bulls, the staff go to Australia, go to Spanyol to buying the bulls and bring to Indonesia. But actually in the field, it is not high fertility, because a lot of problem in the field after insemination, but it doesn't success. Only insemination, but no result. And maybe with this biomarker, if you already get these biomarkers, because this is already two steps from our study, this is we already get some metabolite and protein to as a candidate biomarker fertility, and we can implement it to the artificial insemination center.
Okay, thank you, judges, and thank you, Hikmayani and team, for the presentations. We'd like to invite our last presenter of the day, group participant, Evelyn Gabriela Suliantoro, Husnulwati, and Ririn Mardiana Saputri to the stage.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Evelyn Gabriela as my team's representative of collaborative research between Gadjah Mada University and Indonesia University of Education. Before I begin, I would like to ask two questions. Please raise your hands if you've ever adopted a pack of seemingly fresh beef in the aisle, but you are not sure about the quality. Okay, thank you. Now, be honest. How many of you would still buy that for your family? Absolutely. That moment of doubt costs Indonesia approximately 1.8 billion annually, with 43% of meat waste occurs at the retail levels. Can the operator please help me with the video? Okay. Consumers frequently buy spoiled meat because early microbial changes often go unnoticeable. The failure drives billions of dollars on food waste and foodborne illness, proving that sight, smell, and date stamps are insufficient. Retail packaging is only consisted of a styrofoam tray and plastic wrap, non-biodegradable material, which acts as a mere packaging without intelligence to monitor microbial growth. Meat spoilage forms biogenic amines and volatile bases, increasing the pH. The process yields a measurable rise of total volatile base nitrogen, or TVBN, which is a more reliable biomarker for detecting meat quality deterioration. However, conventional TVBN testing often requires trained personnel, specialized equipment, complex and time-consuming analysis, which makes this impractical at the household and retail levels where the decisions have to be made really quick. But don't worry, we have a solution for you. Introducing the FAO Sense, a digital intelligence packaging for retail beef. Natural anthocyanin extract was chosen because it's abundant, low-cost, locally sourced, with high sensitivity across broad pH range, unlike synthetic dyes that are narrow-spectrum, toxic, and harmful for environment. Using ultrasound-assisted extraction, the anthocyanin was co-pigmented with gallic acid before it was formulated as an edible ink to form QR code. The ink was loaded into the edible printing and was printed onto the cellulose chitosan matrix. Chitosan shows antimicrobial property, excellent film-forming ability, and compatibility with cellulose to increase tensile strength, reduce water vapor permeability, and eliminate the possibility of pigment bleeding through hydrogen and ester bonds with citric acid. This altogether was applied with biodegradable PLA tray as intelligence packaging for retail beef. QR code also directly links to the digital platforms called Beef Trace app. Once the consumer scans the barcode, it will retrieve the traceability data consisted of origin, slaughter date, batch of production. Can the operator please help me with the video? Thank you. Okay, and it will also interpret the anthocyanin color changes throughout the storage. Purple as safe to consume, teal as a warning to consume soon, and green indicating it's spoiled. The application also has a consumer's education module to increase people's awareness about food safety, food spoilage, self-life determination, and recommendation. With an estimated production cost per unit below 20,000 rupiah and R/C ratio of 1.32, the result shows 98% of correlation between the color changes and TVBN level with earlier detection and 100% scannable QR. Who here wants to see meat waste reduction in the supermarket? We are open to any collaboration from interested parties, and let's make it happen together with FAO Sense. Spot the fresh, skip the gas. Thank you.
Okay. I think excellent presentation. Only question is that, can you use this technology for all perishable goods like fruits, vegetables, and like chicken and all fish, all other meat? Can you use it or not?
Thank you for your question. We appreciate. And a little bit story background of our research is still ongoing research. Previous research, we have some research about fish that we developed some application like beef strip. We call this fish strip, and it's make it developed like beef strip technology.
So it technically can be used for all protein-based products since we use the measurable based on TVBN or total volatile base nitrogen. So for all the protein-based products, it can be used and it's really applicable and potential.
Okay, because say for example, if I'm owner of supermarket, I will not buy a product which is only for specific one product, okay? So I will ask you, develop a project which can applicable to all range of perishable goods which I'm selling. Yeah, that was my comment.
Thank you. Can I understand that there is any limitation of this technology?
Okay, thank you for your question. So since we have mentioned this is a previous ongoing research, we have applied it with shrimp, and we just want to see the result with the beef. I think one of the limitation is to ensure that the QR can be always scannable in long-term storage, but we have made the previous research and it can be stored approximately around 20 days, and it can still be display the distinct color.
Sometimes the pigmentation that we can find into the meat can be natural, right? How to deal with that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Sometimes you can see some pigmentation which can influence the color, right? Yes. It is natural sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. How are you going to deal with that?
Okay. So indeed, yes, you are right. There are some pigmentation we can see by eyes on the meat. For example, like the meat oxidation that turns the meat into the oxymyoglobin. But in our research, we also make the enhancement of the previous research by making the application to ensure the data traceability as well. And if we only depend on our eyes, we can mistake it. For example, my eyes and maybe my friend's eyes can be different in order to spot whether this meat is still edible or not. So it can be relative among us.
Yeah, but sometimes there is any risk health when we consume a meat where the color is changed, right? How are you going to deal with that? Through the apps. If it is not taken into consideration so far, you can say that it is not considered.
Sorry, I just want to make sure your question because I don't get it. So by any chance, if we notice that the color is already spoiled, the meat itself is already spoiled by color, like that?
Yeah, but if you see the conclusion, sometimes you said that yes, this meat can be consumed very quickly. Another one can be consumed between now to 2 days, etc.
Okay.
But in terms of risk health, the color can change, and the meat can be consumed by human.
Yes. So we are using the a matrix table for detecting the shelf life, the TVBN, and alongside with the pH response color. And for example, if you store your meat in 0 Celsius degree and with the below 0 Celsius degree, it might show the different recommendation and shelf life estimation for your product.
Okay. Last question. Okay. Thank you, judges, and thank you, our last participant, for the presentation. Is there anything?
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity given, and that's all from us. We are Cameo Sense, spot the fresh, skip the gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of the Sustainable Livestock Transformation Research and Innovation Competition for Young Scientists session. And we will now have a group photo with all the finalists and the judges. I would like to welcome all the finalists and the judges to come to the stage for a group photo before we end this session. To all the finalists, please come to the stage. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, judges and all the finalists. We will now take a coffee break while our judges will conduct their internal discussion to determine the winners of this competition. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Zaskia. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a short break presented to you by World Resources Institute, or WRI. So the coffee break is presented to you by World Resources Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a calling for Mr. Xiang Yu Song. Is there Mr. Xiang Yu Song? Please come up to the stage, sir. Yeah, we need you to do something here. Yeah, exactly. Here, in front of the table. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Mr. Xiang Yu Song's birthday. So we are going to sing happy birthday for him. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. You want to say something? Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And normally I try to forget my birthday, so make me feel very younger, much younger. Thank you very much. But thank you for so many people who remind me today's my birthday. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations. Happy birthday once again. May you live a very happy life, healthy and prosper. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you after the break in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Terletak di Cibinong, Bogor, kawasan Sains dan Teknologi Soekarno atau KST Soekarno merupakan kawasan terintegrasi berupa fasilitas laboratorium riset, laboratorium pengujian, dan fasilitas industri yang dikelola oleh Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN. Dengan luas mencapai 147 hektar, kawasan ini menjadi rumah bagi berbagai fasilitas riset canggih dan laboratorium berstandar internasional. Fokus utama KST Soekarno adalah bidang hayati, mulai dari tahapan riset dasar hingga aplikasinya dalam berbagai bidang yaitu pertanian, peternakan, dan kesehatan sehingga mendorong kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan, memperkuat daya saing bangsa, serta membangun kolaborasi antar pemerintah, akademisi, dan sektor industri. Kawasan ini mengakomodasi riset lintas disiplin, mulai dari bioteknologi, kesehatan, pangan, lingkungan, hingga biologi molekuler dan molekuler struktur. Salah satu fasilitas unggulannya adalah Laboratorium Genomic BRIN, yang terdiri dari beberapa lantai dengan fungsi khusus seperti Laboratorium Cryo-Electron Microscopy, Laboratorium Sel dan Citra Seluler, serta Laboratorium Whole Genome Sequencing. Tersedia juga Laboratorium Biosafety Level dan Animal Biosafety Level untuk riset patogen, Museum Zoologicum Bogoriense untuk koleksi spesimen fauna, serta High Performance Computing untuk analisis data skala besar. Untuk mendukung kolaborasi, tersedia pula coworking space yang tersebar di 20 gedung utama. CWS ini menjadi wadah kerja bersama bagi peneliti, akademisi, dan pelaku industri guna menciptakan solusi inovatif lintas disiplin. Tak hanya fasilitas riset, KST Soekarno juga dilengkapi sarana pendukung seperti asrama Edelweiss, serta fasilitas olahraga seperti kolam renang dan gym. Semua ini dirancang untuk menunjang kenyamanan, kesejahteraan, dan produktivitas para peneliti. Dengan ekosistem riset yang komprehensif dan kolaboratif, KST Soekarno berperan penting sebagai penggerak inovasi untuk kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di Indonesia.
Okay.
Terletak di Cibinong, Bogor, kawasan Sains dan Teknologi Soekarno atau KST Soekarno merupakan kawasan terintegrasi berupa fasilitas laboratorium riset, laboratorium pengujian, dan fasilitas industri yang dikelola oleh Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN. Dengan luas mencapai 147 hektar, kawasan ini menjadi rumah bagi berbagai fasilitas riset canggih dan laboratorium berstandar internasional. Fokus utama KST Soekarno adalah bidang hayati, mulai dari tahapan riset dasar hingga aplikasinya dalam berbagai bidang yaitu pertanian, peternakan, dan kesehatan sehingga mendorong kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan, memperkuat daya saing bangsa, serta membangun kolaborasi antar pemerintah, akademisi, dan sektor industri. Kawasan ini mengakomodasi riset lintas disiplin, mulai dari bioteknologi, kesehatan, pangan, lingkungan, hingga biologi molekuler dan molekuler struktur. Salah satu fasilitas unggulannya adalah Laboratorium Genomic BRIN, yang terdiri dari beberapa lantai dengan fungsi khusus seperti Laboratorium Cryo-Electron Microscopy, Laboratorium Sel dan Citra Seluler, serta Laboratorium Whole Genome Sequencing. Tersedia juga Laboratorium Biosafety Level dan Animal Biosafety Level untuk riset patogen, Museum Zoologicum Bogoriense untuk koleksi spesimen fauna, serta High Performance Computing untuk analisis data skala besar. Untuk mendukung kolaborasi, tersedia pula coworking space yang tersebar di 20 gedung utama. CWS ini menjadi wadah kerja bersama bagi peneliti, akademisi, dan pelaku industri guna menciptakan solusi inovatif lintas disiplin. Tak hanya fasilitas riset, KST Soekarno juga dilengkapi sarana pendukung seperti asrama Edelweiss, serta fasilitas olahraga seperti kolam renang dan gym. Semua ini dirancang untuk menunjang kenyamanan, kesejahteraan, dan produktivitas para peneliti. Dengan ekosistem riset yang komprehensif dan kolaboratif, KST Soekarno berperan penting sebagai penggerak inovasi untuk kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di Indonesia. Terletak di Cibinong, Bogor, kawasan Sains dan Teknologi Soekarno atau KST Soekarno merupakan kawasan terintegrasi berupa fasilitas laboratorium riset, laboratorium pengujian, dan fasilitas industri yang dikelola oleh Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN. Dengan luas mencapai 147 hektar, kawasan ini menjadi rumah bagi berbagai fasilitas riset canggih dan laboratorium berstandar internasional. Fokus utama KST Soekarno adalah bidang hayati, mulai dari tahapan riset dasar hingga aplikasinya dalam berbagai bidang yaitu pertanian, peternakan, dan kesehatan sehingga mendorong kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan, memperkuat daya saing bangsa, serta membangun kolaborasi antar pemerintah, akademisi, dan sektor industri. Kawasan ini mengakomodasi riset lintas disiplin, mulai dari bioteknologi, kesehatan, pangan, lingkungan, hingga biologi molekuler dan molekuler struktur. Salah satu fasilitas unggulannya adalah Laboratorium Genomic BRIN, yang terdiri dari beberapa lantai dengan fungsi khusus seperti Laboratorium Cryo-Electron Microscopy, Laboratorium Sel dan Citra Seluler, serta Laboratorium Whole Genome Sequencing. Tersedia juga Laboratorium Biosafety Level dan Animal Biosafety Level untuk riset patogen, Museum Zoologicum Bogoriense untuk koleksi spesimen fauna, serta High Performance Computing untuk analisis data skala besar. Untuk mendukung kolaborasi, tersedia pula coworking space yang tersebar di 20 gedung utama. CWS ini menjadi wadah kerja bersama bagi peneliti, akademisi, dan pelaku industri guna menciptakan solusi inovatif lintas disiplin. Tak hanya fasilitas riset, KST Soekarno juga dilengkapi sarana pendukung seperti asrama Edelweiss, serta fasilitas olahraga seperti kolam renang dan gym. Semua ini dirancang untuk menunjang kenyamanan, kesejahteraan, dan produktivitas para peneliti. Dengan ekosistem riset yang komprehensif dan kolaboratif, KST Soekarno berperan penting sebagai penggerak inovasi untuk kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di Indonesia. Terletak di Cibinong, Bogor, kawasan Sains dan Teknologi Soekarno atau KST Soekarno merupakan kawasan terintegrasi berupa fasilitas laboratorium riset, laboratorium pengujian, dan fasilitas industri yang dikelola oleh Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN. Dengan luas mencapai 147 hektar, kawasan ini menjadi rumah bagi berbagai fasilitas riset canggih dan laboratorium berstandar internasional. Fokus utama KST Soekarno adalah bidang hayati, mulai dari tahapan riset dasar hingga aplikasinya dalam berbagai bidang yaitu pertanian, peternakan, dan kesehatan sehingga mendorong kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan, memperkuat daya saing bangsa, serta membangun kolaborasi antar pemerintah, akademisi, dan sektor industri. Kawasan ini mengakomodasi riset lintas disiplin, mulai dari bioteknologi, kesehatan, pangan, lingkungan, hingga biologi molekuler dan molekuler struktur. Salah satu fasilitas unggulannya adalah Laboratorium Genomic BRIN, yang terdiri dari beberapa lantai dengan fungsi khusus seperti Laboratorium Cryo-Electron Microscopy, Laboratorium Sel dan Citra Seluler, serta Laboratorium Whole Genome Sequencing. Tersedia juga Laboratorium Biosafety Level dan Animal Biosafety Level untuk riset patogen, Museum Zoologicum Bogoriense untuk koleksi spesimen fauna, serta High Performance Computing untuk analisis data skala besar. Untuk mendukung kolaborasi, tersedia pula coworking space yang tersebar di 20 gedung utama. CWS ini menjadi wadah kerja bersama bagi peneliti, akademisi, dan pelaku industri guna menciptakan solusi inovatif lintas disiplin. Tak hanya fasilitas riset, KST Soekarno juga dilengkapi sarana pendukung seperti asrama Edelweiss, serta fasilitas olahraga seperti kolam renang dan gym. Semua ini dirancang untuk menunjang kenyamanan, kesejahteraan, dan produktivitas para peneliti. Dengan ekosistem riset yang komprehensif dan kolaboratif, KST Soekarno berperan penting sebagai penggerak inovasi untuk kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di Indonesia. Terletak di Cibinong, Bogor, kawasan Sains dan Teknologi Soekarno atau KST Soekarno merupakan kawasan terintegrasi berupa fasilitas laboratorium riset, laboratorium pengujian, dan fasilitas industri yang dikelola oleh Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional atau BRIN. Dengan luas mencapai 147 hektar, kawasan ini menjadi rumah bagi berbagai fasilitas riset canggih dan laboratorium berstandar internasional. Fokus utama KST Soekarno adalah bidang hayati, mulai dari tahapan riset dasar hingga aplikasinya dalam berbagai bidang yaitu pertanian, peternakan, dan kesehatan sehingga mendorong kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan, memperkuat daya saing bangsa, serta membangun kolaborasi antar pemerintah, akademisi, dan sektor industri. Kawasan ini mengakomodasi riset lintas disiplin, mulai dari bioteknologi, kesehatan, pangan, lingkungan, hingga biologi molekuler dan molekuler struktur. Salah satu fasilitas unggulannya adalah Laboratorium Genomic BRIN, yang terdiri dari beberapa lantai dengan fungsi khusus seperti Laboratorium Cryo-Electron Microscopy, Laboratorium Sel dan Citra Seluler, serta Laboratorium Whole Genome Sequencing. Tersedia juga Laboratorium Biosafety Level dan Animal Biosafety Level untuk riset patogen, Museum Zoologicum Bogoriense untuk koleksi spesimen fauna, serta High Performance Computing untuk analisis data skala besar. Untuk mendukung kolaborasi, tersedia pula coworking space yang tersebar di 20 gedung utama. CWS ini menjadi wadah kerja bersama bagi peneliti, akademisi, dan pelaku industri guna menciptakan solusi inovatif lintas disiplin. Tak hanya fasilitas riset, KST Soekarno juga dilengkapi sarana pendukung seperti asrama Edelweiss, serta fasilitas olahraga seperti kolam renang dan gym. Semua ini dirancang untuk menunjang kenyamanan, kesejahteraan, dan produktivitas para peneliti. Dengan ekosistem riset yang komprehensif dan kolaboratif, KST Soekarno berperan penting sebagai penggerak inovasi untuk kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di Indonesia.
Alright, welcome back ladies and gentlemen. Now we're about to begin the next session, which is FAO LEAP Partner Joining Ceremony. And once again, this session will be led by Ms. Saskia Sudaryo from FAO Indonesia. To Ms. Saskia Sudaryo, the time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to inform you about the field trip that we we are going to do tomorrow. So there will be only limited seats to go to Cibinong. So for those of you who want to, wish to go to Cibinong and see the facilities that we have here, you actually we will provide you with the information who's to contact later with the barcode. So you can actually scan the barcode and also contact the number. Here is the barcode. You can scan the barcode and contact the number that provided from the barcode if you wish to visit Cibinong tomorrow. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, there's only limited seat available to go to Cibinong tomorrow. And it's free. Anything free is always fun, right? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to visit the facilities in Cibinong, Bogor, it's about 60 kilometers from here, actually, please scan and contact the number that provided from the barcode. Once again, there's only limited seats available to visit the facilities in Cibinong. There will be also a field trip to go to Bandung. It's about 3 hours journey from Jakarta, actually, but it's not free. Unfortunately, it's not free. So the trip to Cibinong is free, but Bandung is not free. Once again, Bandung is also only for limited seats. You can get all the information, further information from the number provided from the barcode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now for the session 18, FAO LEAP Partner Joining Ceremony, I am handing this to, once again, Ms. Saskia Sudaryo from FAO Indonesia and Paulo Medei from FAO LEAP Secretariat.
Check.
Mine. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. It's our great honor to welcome all of you on behalf of the Livestock Environmental Assessment Performance Partnership, also well noted as FAO LEAP Partnership. Actually, today we are so glad to be here to welcome new partners that are sharing the commitment, the vision of the FAO LEAP Partnership. So, my name is Paulo Medei, and I'm part of the FAO LEAP Secretariat.
And my name is Saskia Sudaryo. We will be moderating this session. Since 2012, the LEAP Partnership has grown from 35 to over 200 partners worldwide, reflecting the strong demand for harmonized, science-based approaches in the livestock sector. To provide a brief overview of LEAP's work and its global engagement, we will now see a short video.
Livestock production is crucial for global food security and poverty reduction, but its environmental impact is a pressing concern. Livestock supply chains contribute significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, and the demand for livestock products continues to rise due to population growth, urbanization, and changes in dietary preferences. Unsustainable livestock practices can harm water, soil, and human health, yet improved management can help reduce this impact. Over 90 countries have already integrated livestock into their climate commitment. The FAO Livestock Environmental Assessment and Performance LEAP Partnership is a global initiative striving for more sustainable livestock practices. We provide guidelines tailored to the livestock sector, using a life cycle approach to assess the environmental performance. FAO LEAP offers tools to safeguard biodiversity and inform better management choices. Our aim is to establish a global consensus on science-based methods and data to shape effective policies and business strategies. We collaborate with diverse stakeholders worldwide, and our partnership has made a positive impact on the path to a more sustainable future. Ready for action? Join the FAO LEAP Partnership.
Thank you very much. So first of all, before starting with the ceremony, we'd like to welcome here on the podium the FAO LEAP Secretariat Manager, Dr. Shangyu Song. Please join us on the podium. We are also honored today to have with us such a good friends, because actually here we have the FAO LEAP full steering committee members and also long-standing FAO LEAP partners. Indeed, I'd like to call, first of all, to join us to take a picture with our new partners, the former FAO LEAP Chair 2024-2025, Peter Etema, who is representing in the FAO LEAP partnership the Ministry of Primary Industry from New Zealand. Please, Peter. Second, we would like to have Bruno Leite, who is representing in the FAO LEAP partnership the Brazilian government from the Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture. Then I'd like to welcome also the DG, the Director General of the International Dairy Federation, Lawrence Reichen. Please, Lawrence. Also, yes, let's also welcome our permanent co-chair of the FAO LEAP Partnership, Tanawat Tiensin, Assistant Director General, Chief Veterinarian, and Director of the Animal Health and Production Division. Please, Tanawat. Then I'd like, last but not least, of course, to welcome also Farida from the FAO Country Office of Indonesia. Please.
We are also pleased to introduce our new partners joining the LEAP Partnership, whose collaboration further strengthens our collective commitment. We kindly invite FOSS to the stage.
Please. Can we have the certificate, please? Thank you very much, Daniel. Then we'd like to welcome ABIEC, the Brazilian Beef Exporters Association. Please, Giulio.
Next, we would like to invite Wui Tu to the stage. Let's give a round of applause for them. Next, we kindly invite World Resources Institute.
Thank you. Next one, we'd like to invite Universidad Federal do Paraná. Marcelo, please.
Next, we invite to the stage the Nature Conservancy. Let's give applause.
Thank you, Guillermo. As the next one, we'd like to have Harper Adam University. Please, Michael.
And last but not least, we would like to invite the Indonesia's National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, to join us at the stage. Thank you. We now invite all new partners to please join us again on stage for a group picture together with the LEAP Secretariat and the witnesses.
Please, colleagues.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, see you next time. See you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to all new partners.
Yes, so actually on behalf of FAO LEAP Secretariat, we are very glad for having such a great new partners, and we look forward for collaborate together. Lastly, we'd like to give the floor to Peter Etema, our fourth chair, for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. One of the important and most critical parts of the LEAP partnership is the multi-stakeholder component. So LEAP is made up of FAO member countries, international sector organisations, and NGOs and civil societies. And as this variety of people that come together is what makes LEAP and the LEAP guidelines the entity that it is, the very important thing that it has, because it brings this diversity of ideas and people together to develop the guidelines and to really support the drive for sustainable livestock transformation. And one of my roles as chair, one of the most important or pleasurable parts I had, was really to agree and accept to bring new partners into the LEAP whānau or family. So it is a real pleasure today to welcome the new partners into LEAP, because it is the diversity of thought and ideas that partners and the members of the LEAP Steering Committee bring that makes LEAP what it is, makes the guidelines the important tools that they are, and helps drive the ongoing work that we're looking to all achieve around improving sustainability of our livestock production systems, supporting FAO One Health, and also looking to improve the outcomes, economic and social outcomes for livestock holders around the world. So I'd like to congratulate again the new partners. It is fantastic to have you on board with the LEAP family, and I look forward to the continuing work of LEAP as we roll out existing guidelines, but also with the work of the new technical advisory group to develop the new guideline around integrating mitigations into national inventories. So thank you for your participation, and look forward to continuing the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for welcoming this session. So we will continue with the next one. Please, Saskia.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we close this session, I would like to take this moment to actually announce the winner of our earlier competition that has been held since early March, which is the Sustainable Livestock Transformation Research and Innovation Competition for Young Scientists. And we have held the finalist pitching earlier today, and we will now like to announce all the 3 winners that we have chosen by the 6 judges. And as a preface for this competition actually highlights the important role of young scientists in shaping innovative, sustainable, and resilient livestock systems for the future. And we are honored to have several submissions, which is in total 130 submissions from all over young scientists in Indonesia. And we have also shortlisted 9 finalists that have joined us today for the final pitching. And we have now reached the moment that we all have been waiting for. I would like to announce the 3 winners of the competitions. So for the first winners, for the third winner first. For the third winner, we're calling you to the stage, Dionysius Aprisal Venan Lampir. Dionysius, please come to the stage to receive the award. Congratulations, Dionysius. And for the second winner is Afifa Zahwa Nuriana, Ayesha Dani Nayara, and Daifula Abian Fadil Ar-Rashid. Please come to the stage. And finally, for our first winner, who will then be rewarded to actually participate in FAO Science Conference in Rome. Drum rolls. Evelyn Gabriela Suliantoro, Husnulwati, and Ririn Mardiana Saputri. Congratulations. I would like to also invite all the judges who have been participating in this competition. Our distinguished judges, please come forward to take a group picture with our winners on stage. To all the 6 distinguished judges, please join us for the group photo with all the winners of the competition. First, second, and third winner. Okay. Thank you once again. Congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to all the winners for your remarkable achievements and contribution to sustainable livestock innovations. We've now come to the end of our session. I'll hand it over to the Master of Ceremony of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, the beautiful as ever, Ms. Askia Sudaryo. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a photo session. Foto group session. Para fotografer bisa ke arah panggung, kita akan mengadakan foto grup bersama. Para fotografer bisa ke arah panggung, kita akan mengadakan foto grup bersama. Para fotografer bisa ke arah panggung, kita akan mengadakan foto grup bersama. So we're going to have our pictures together, every single one of you. So the photographer will be on the stage, and then please stand up. Please rise, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have your pictures taken together. Can you move forward, please? Yep. Yeah, the one on the back side. Yeah. Yeah, can you move forward a little bit? Just a bit. Okay, all right. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Do you have any idea what kind of yell we should do? Livestock, okay. On my mark, 1, 2, 3, livestock, okay? All right, 1, 2, 3, livestock. Again, you can do better than that, okay? All right, 1, video, okay, we're going to take a video. 1, 2, 3, livestock. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the closing ceremony, please welcome Mr. Tanawat Tiansin, Assistant Director General and Chief Veterinarian, Director of the Animal Production and Health Division, FAO.
Okay. I will be very quick for the closing session. Remember last night, what you did last night? What you did last night? Angkarung. Angkarung. And that's why Angkarung, I know that who is Amana? Amana? Who is Amana? Stand up, please. Amana, stand up. Amana, 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 stand up. Okay. Amana is trusted. Cooperative. Cooperative. Anyone cooperative? Cooperative. Anyone harmony? Harmony. Harmonies. Anyone integrity? Integrity. Very good. Royal. Royal, wave your hand. Competent. Competent. And also, hebat. Hebat, great. Very good. And that's why we come to the end of the meeting of the LEAP Partnership meeting, the International Strategic Meeting on Scientific Pathway for Sustainable Livestock Industry Development. And thank you for all colleagues who making this happen, this event. First, thank you to BRIN and also the government of Indonesia for being a generous host and also give a warm welcome to all of us. Thank you very much. And also would like to thanks to the team, the organizing committee, where is the chair? I know the chair, he didn't work alone, but we have the team to support the organizing committee. Thank you very much for organizing committee. And also, I would like to thank the steering committee of LEAP as well. Thank you for your support. And also, thank you to my FAO colleagues. Stand up, please. My FAO colleagues in headquarters and also in country office here in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. And also thank you very much to our audiovisual and also the team who on the backstage. Thank you very much for all support. And also moderators And also thank you for all of you speakers, participants, and also all the support that you gave, because without you, we cannot have LEAP Partnership. And that's why after yesterday, you learned about Angkarung. And you managed to make a very beautiful music just within 5 or 10 minutes after you learn. And you can see that when we are together as a team, as one livestock, because we are trusted each others, because we are collaborative among ourselves, and also we act with integrity, and we stay royal, and also we aim for excellence with great competency. And that's why the result that we have seen today and tomorrow will be a great success, strong success, sustainable success, and also we will work together in harmony. And also I would like to take this opportunity to thank the LEAP team as well. The LEAP team, GLEAM team, stand up please. LEAP and GLEAM. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you may not know that today, our friends who is the secretary of LEAP, is his birthday. Stand up. Yeah, congratulations for your success, and also thank you very much. And I wish you have a safe trip back home and continue a great work together for sustainable livestock transformation. Thank you very much.
Please remain on the stage. And we are inviting Mr. Nunung Nuryantono, Deputy for Development Policy, National Research and Innovation Agency of BRIN, to give Mr. Tanawat Tiansin a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, for his closing remark, please welcome Mr. Nunung Nuryantono, Deputy for Development Policy, National Research and Innovation Agency of BRIN.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to echo what Tanawat just saying. Anybody knows why we play angklung last night? Anyone knows why the reason we play angklung last night? This very deeply meaning why we play angklung last night. It shows our teamwork. We remember exactly that each person play just only one note. The music only works when everyone collaborates. This is the meaning why we are here all to collaborate each other. Ladies and gentlemen, excellence, we have to come to the end of strategic dialogue phase of the International Strategic Meeting on Scientific Pathways for Sustainable Livestock Industry Transformation. Today, again, we focus on sustainable dairy development and explore circular bioeconomic models. These topics are really key of our future. I was also very impressed by our young scientists. We are all witness that the women are very enthusiastic. They are happy. They will contribute for our future by doing important research as a young scientist. Their energy and the new ideas showed the future of our food system is bright. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also a historic moment for today, with the FAO LEAP Partner joining ceremony. Furthermore, the FAO LEAP Partner joining ceremony we just witnessed marked as a historic milestone for the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, as we officially commit to this global partnership to enhance science-based metrics for livestock supply chains. We are also committed to using science-based methods to improve the environmental performance of the livestock sector. While our strategic session in Jakarta concludes today, our work is far from over. Tomorrow, we transition from strategic dialogue to industrial reality. For those joining the field trip, we will travel to Bandung and Lembang areas. Bandung, well known as Paris Van Java of Indonesia. You will enjoy Paris Van Java of Indonesia. We will witness firsthand the application of sustainable practices in dairy facilities and breeding centers. Ladies and gentlemen, I will express my deepest gratitude to our partner of AAO. Thank you so much, Pak Tanawat and colleague. The International Dairy Federation, thank you so much, Bu Lawrence, and all international organizations who continue support of our program and our collaboration, as well as organizing committee, Pak Adi Nugroho, thank you so much for very hard work. In the morning, he mentioned that, Pak Nunung, I just slept at 3 o'clock at the night because I have to finish all this work, that the preparation for today's event. Thank you so much again, Pak Adi Nugroho and all colleagues for successful event. Let us carry the momentum from this room into the field and factories. Let us ensure that the collaboration pathways we establish here lead to measurable social and economic impact for a better production, better nutrition, and a better environment. For those who are traveling to Bandung, I wish you a productive trip, discussion there, enjoy Bandung, and for those who are going home, I wish you safe a journey. Last but not least, this is very well-known African proverb. The African proverb tells us, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let us go together, bring livestock in the future for sustainable development. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pak Nunung dan terus bisa tetap berada di tempat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have one more photo session, but this time you'll go to the stage. Every one of you. Everyone, please join and come up to the stage. Okay, the focus is on the camera with the white bulb. That one, okay? Alright, the focus will be on the camera with the white bulb. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, salam BRIN, like this. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Video. Okay, on my count, you will say once again, livestock, okay? All right, we're going to take a video. Video ya Mas ya? Oh, okay, now point to the camera, point. Point, tunjuk. All right. Okay, we're going to have a video on my count, 1, 2, 3, livestock, okay? This, livestock, okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Again, lagi ya Mas ya? Once again, okay, once again the video. Okay, on my count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, give yourself a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of today's agenda. And as we say in Indonesia, terima kasih dan sampai jumpa. My name is Samir Apriansa. And hope to see you again in the next event. And goodbye. Thank you.